All right, so we are very punctual here. The time is 10 a.m. and I will call the Tuesday, July 8th, 2025 regular council meeting to order and begin with a land acknowledgement that the city of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize that we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. And the city honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. And because we have so many people in our audience today, just a few housekeeping items. In the event of an emergency, the exits are the chamber doors. If those ones are blocked, we would go out the back and go to the muster point, out front at the south end of the parking lot. The washrooms are located in the main foyer in the main lobby. But in the event of emergency and the alarm sounds, I would suggest following staff. They will make sure they get you to a safe location. Thank you. All right, so we are going to begin with the first item. Now, we changed our procedural bylaw and gave it 3 readings last meeting. So with that, I actually require a... Ms. Smith, did you have something? Or you're... Okay, thank you. I thought maybe I did something wrong in my intro. Don't follow her? No, just kidding. So with that, with our new procedural bylaw, I will ask for a motion to adopt the agenda, and I will be requesting that item, a new item be added, 12.7, to add August 12th as an additional council meeting to the agenda. Councillor Kelly?
Mayor Katcher, this is new, and I appreciate this change, but I'd like to adjust the agenda. Do I do that before or after the motion?
What is it you would like to adjust?
I'd like to delete 12.6.
You can just withdraw that at this point in time?
At this point,
you can just
consider the request made. I wish to withdraw 12.6. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other changes? If not, would you like to put the motion on to accept the agenda as amended,
Certainly.
which will include 12.7?
Certainly. I would move that council adopt the agenda as amended, deleting 12.6 and adding a new 12.7.
All right, thank you very much. With that, I will close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. At this time, we do have an opportunity for delegations. I have, and it's for anything that isn't part of a public hearing. And I do have John McMillan, who has pre-registered, so you can come forward to the speaker's bench on item 12.1 capital project. You have 5 minutes, and they will put a timer on you. So just for the record, I'll have you read your name in. Just push the button so it goes red. There you go.
Okay, I'm John McMillan, and I'm here to talk the aquatics agenda item. Mayor Katcher and councillors, in the 2023 recreation survey, the community stated they wanted to see the pool, track, and fitness area expanded. I'm advocating for the same thing here today for the residents as a whole and not any particular user group. So it's for all of the residents, not a particular user group. Due to the 5-minute time limit, I can only discuss the track at this time. The information here aligns to the aquatics critical project value called long-term planning for the entire Dow Centennial Center and the aquatics report statement called expansion of the running track at the DCC is seen as a critical long-term investment. The narrow track is easily congested and getting more congested each winter. The current track won't meet the needs of the growing population. The track and pool are the top used amenities in Fort Sask. Having the track accessible from the aquatics building is a very high value user experience. 79% of the households do walking and running, and it's the only recreation activity in Fort Sask that has the highest percentage of multi-generational users. Seniors are walking with a walker or cane. Youth are walking or running with their parents. Soccer, lacrosse, and hockey teams doing their running on the track. Special needs groups such as Robin Hood Association and Lamore Services are walking with their clients. There's moms with strollers. Moms could bring their child for swim lessons from the same locker room. The child can get ready to swim. The mom can get ready to go and go on the track and do a walk that overlooks the Natorium. Parents can walk the track and watch their youth playing hockey, swimming, soccer, or lacrosse. When people ask what gym they should join, the answer is join the Dow because it has the track. The track would cost about $3 million. This equates to $12.84 for a household annual tax assessment. Building the track through the aquatics building is a high value and something that residents will talk about positively. The track connection from the aquatics building to the northwest corner of the soccer track is only 15 feet. It's cheaper to build the track through the interior of the aquatics building now. The track expansion traveling east and west along the north or south wall of the arena is not achievable. The track can only be expanded through the aquatics building. The connection point from the north part of the arena to the existing track near the fitness area would need the track installed above the entire length of the new aquatics open lobby and would require shutdown of the lobby to do that. The connection point to get from the south end of the existing track to connect to the south end of the arenas would require a long outdoor connection. This would not be practical. It is critical to build the track now as part of the aquatics building structure. The track is not an accessory or an option. Accessories or options can be added later, but the track structure is part of the building construction. At $12.84 tax impact per household per year, the track for residents will have amenities built to serve a population growth of 50,000. In summary, to have the best-in-class holistic recreation facility with the highest user satisfaction, the pool, track, and fitness areas need to meet the needs of the multi-generation population of 50,000 people. To have the respect of residents for many years going forward, the 2025 City Council administration can be creating a world-class recreation facility, including the track, that would only cost $1 per month per household. The top three amenities that residents stated in the 2023 rec survey that need to be expanded are the pool, track, and Apple Fitness Center. The track expansion is a high-value multi-generational amenity at a low cost. The top two indoor amenities used by households are the pool and track. The top recreation activities done by households are walking and running, swimming, and fitness. The top activity done by the largest number of multi-generations is walking and running. It's less expensive and more efficient to build a track now within the building envelope during construction. Ongoing operating cost of the track is $0. Completing the pool, track, and fitness area will result in an extremely high user satisfaction experience for many years. In order to expand the fitness area where the weightlifting occurs, the track needs to move. The only way to move the track is to build it in another part of the building. And that is all I had.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And you're right on.
I had to speak quickly to get through.
Yes.
Sorry.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Or your, are there any questions of council to Mr. McMillan? Councillor Kelly, just clarifying questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, John. Good job. What is it you would like to accomplish today? Because I can't imagine that council, on the basis of one report, is going to say we need to have a $3 million track installed. So are you looking for the city perhaps to do a little more in-depth study on what it would cost and what it would look like?
You have to push your button again.
I think the residents have already spoken, that 79% of them said they do walking and running. And it's 2/3 of them that said they used the track. This would just bring their concerns to council. You could do more study, but the residents have already spoken about the track. and they spoke about the pool, and you started to create the pool, but I don't see any action in the aquatics plan regarding the track.
You just stated that 79% of the population walk or jog, and of that 79%, 2/3 use the track. What's the source of that data, John, please?
The source is, there's two sources. The 2020 rec survey and the 2023 indoor recreation survey. Actually, it's 2/3 of the entire population, that household population, that answered the or provided their information to the 2023 survey. It's not 2/3 of the 75%. It's 2/3 of the population that input to the 2023 aquatics or the indoor recreation survey. It also came up again in the aquatics survey, where people said we need to expand the track, and we need to expand the gym section also. So it keeps coming up: 2020, 2023, and 2025.
Perhaps for Mr. Fleming, if he could. I think, Troy, you've been party to the exchange of emails. Do you have any thoughts on what it might cost and how it might impact the progress of the pool if we did a study? And I'm going to suggest relatively informal at this stage, just to look at how this would impact the pool, whether or not it's even feasible, and a rough idea of cost.
Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, through your worship, I've, since yesterday afternoon and this morning briefly, I have scrambled around just to try to ask some of those questions. Later today, when the aquatics items in front of council, there'll probably be some people there that can provide even more context. I do, at this point in time, we're probably at around the 30 or 40% design stage. So anything we want to look at in terms of a scope change would result in some throwaway costs, because you're kind of going backwards, and then there would be costs for redesign, and then it would most likely impact the timeline, the ability to start construction work in the spring. I think the short answer is anything's possible. This is definitely possible. Cost-wise, really, you have to look at what the impacts of the redesign work is, and then we'd have to get an updated cost. I would probably use, for second floor space, I'd probably use around a $600 to $800 a square foot cost estimate as just a very, very rough starting point, and then kind of go from there. So that's not a direct, straight answer, but we could certainly take it away and look at it and provide council with the report back. But if that report comes back in August, by the time we get to August, we could be at the 50 or 60% design phase. So it makes it, going backwards gets even more difficult, right? So.
Yeah, I understand. But I think you said earlier in your comments that the staff that are going to be here to present later in the day on the pool question itself will probably have more information to share with council on this subject.
I've talked to them this morning, and what they would say is it's impossible to say without actually going back and having the contractors take a look at the work and reviewing it. But again, they would be better suited to answer this question from a technical perspective.
And
so.
With that, I'll leave it till later in the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. It doesn't appear to be any additional questions, so if there's any action that would be taken, it would be through a notice of motion later in the agenda if that were the case. And we are not dealing with 12.1 till after the public hearing. So you're welcome to stay or you're welcome to go. Okay, thank you. Okay, floor is still open if anybody has anything on delegations that they wish to speak to. Okay, not seeing anybody else running to the speaker's bench. We have nothing on consent agenda, so I will take a motion to approve the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I make a motion that council approves the minutes of the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting as presented and circulated.
Thank you. Are there any errors or omissions? Not seeing or hearing any, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. So the next item that we have is a presentation from the Fort Saskatchewan Golf and Curling Club. So whoever is speaking on that one, you may come forward and you will have 15 minutes. And just for the record, maybe state your names if Andrew needs to capture them. So you can push the button and he will give you 15 minutes.
All right, so I'm Denise Unger. I am the current president of the golf board. To my right is Joe Tominik, past president. To my left is Adam Pedersen, who is our general manager and PGA of Canada member. So we'll get started with just sharing a little bit about what we're here for today. So good morning to your worship and the council, and thank you for your opportunity to speak today. In support of us as well, we have a few other of our board members that I'd like to just make mention of. James Clark is here, Janice Lupel is here, Terry Littlemore, Jason Walker, and Mike Ferris. They're all here to support us with a number of other members of our golf club. We're here on behalf of the Fort Saskatchewan Golf and Curling Club to provide an overview of our history, the value we bring to the city, and a pressing infrastructure issue we're currently facing on hole number 8 of the golf course. So our story began in 1923 with the formation of the first golf club led by Dr. T.W.E. Henry. And over the years, the club has grown and evolved through challenges, including World War II, when the land was actually used to grow barley and pasture livestock. Significant milestones include 1954 formation of the Fort Saskatchewan Golf Club to prevent privatization. And in 1963, the merger with the Curling Club to become the joint club we know today. We've continued to expand our facilities and services over the decades, like the building of our clubhouse in 1956 and the addition of a reliable water supply in 1987, which we're going to address later today. The club plays a crucial role in supporting our senior population. We offer dedicated programs for both men and women, and we've seen increased participation. The social aspects helps build a sense of belonging and community, especially for our active seniors. We also offer formal seniors leagues in both our curling and our golf. Our junior programs are thriving. We are sold out again this year with 70 participants in our summer program, and we've seen a steady growth in junior memberships with more youth visiting the course, which is essential for the future of the sport and the community. These programs teach skills, sportsmanship, and provide positive recreation. What did it bring to the city? Our location is highly visible and accessible, especially for those heading to and from our local plants, bringing a large number of out-of-town golfers and people into our community, which is about 40% of our business. This boosts our local spending on food, beverages, and other services in the community. In total, we're expecting over 25,000 rounds of golf this year, and the club is an essential city amenity and the lowest cost to the city. We're very proud to employ over 30 people and recently secured a grant to improve women's programming, leading to our first sold-out ladies league in 10 years. This demonstrates our growing reach and relevance in the community. Benefits of golf to the community really are around a number of areas. Golf courses are significant local economic drivers. They create full-time, part-time, and seasonal employment. They attract out-of-town visitors who spend on gas, food, hotels, shopping. And they also benefit local suppliers for our course operations. A well-maintained course enhances the city's image and can be a draw for tournaments or business-related outings. I'll share a couple that we do currently. Our Shannon Kimmett Memorial Golf Tournament has raised over $110,000 for Alberta Cancer Foundation over the past several years. And our Hospital Foundation Tournament is supporting our local hospital. two tournaments that are really giving back into communities and to areas that we need. Increases visibility of Fort Saskatchewan as a vibrant and active community. Golf encourages low impact physical activity across all age groups, and it supports mental well-being through outdoor time, socialization, and recreation. Provides a lifelong sport options from juniors to seniors. We have two tournaments that are the Stu Henning tournament, which is a father-child, and we have a mother-child tournament. And the age of those golfers are 3 to 87. It really brings community back together and brings family together. So golf clubs are increasingly inclusive spaces with programming for women, seniors, youth, and adaptive golf, and it builds intergeneration community connections. Properly maintained courses can support local ecosystems, and courses often serve as green space buffers and wildlife corridors. We promote water management, innovation, and responsible land use. And our local clubs are community hubs hosting charity tournaments, fundraisers, and social events, as I've already talked about. And it strengthens our community identity and pride in shared recreational spaces. As a club, we have a 5-year commitment plan on equipment. So I just wanted to share that so that you know that we are planning ahead. And then over the next 2 to 3 years, we've got some work to do on the course to continue to make sure that it is continually maintained, that we are making sure that the peel still is there. And so we have a golf committee that works on that to make sure that we are not losing out on that as well, and that we're not running down our golf course. So the revenue that we are generating right now has been from our updated pro shop and merchandise. So when you look at the strategic plans that we've done, we've updated our pro shop and merchandise selection and increased new software for better inventory control and financial tracking. These were all things that were missing prior. The new board came in about 1.5 years ago, almost 2 years now. We've added Play to Golf Alberta program, injecting 20,000 into the clubhouse and attracting new players. Our advertising sales are up 20%. Our membership has increased 12%, and we're seeing an uptick in general public joining our club and coming out and being green fee users. So I'm going to pass it over to Joe now to talk about what we're really here for today, which is our erosion risk.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Thank you very much for allowing the Fort Saskatchewan Golf and Curling Club to come before you and give you an opportunity, or give us an opportunity, to explain the situation we're facing. It's not very often that we come before council and ask for assistance. Erosion and sloughing on our hole number 8, a par 3, which is often featured as our signature hole with a fountain and a pond in front of it. The pond is our reservoir for water provided by Sherritt to irrigate the course. The pond leaks and continues to erode at a rate of 9 inches of water a day, and due to seepage, because of the pond does not have a liner. The pond is near Ross Creek, which is a natural water body, and this could be an environmental issue. With the erosion, there is also a safety issue, as the path and the ladies' tee box are collapsing. We have a temporary fix on the path around the pond. However, we require a proper fix, which will require expertise that this board just does not have, nor do we have the financial capability. In the past, the club purchased all of the equipment and irrigation items needed to operate the club. Today, the costs associated with the pond repairs that are required are not feasible. To provide you with some of the cost, we have contacted Noyan Construction, Canadian Erosion and Containment, Red Deer Piling, and Parkland Geoengineering to assess and provide costs, which totals $562,000. Noyan Construction provides the earthworks and to rebuild the slope around the pond and the tee box that is sloughing. Canadian Erosion provides a liner for the pond, which will also act as a ballast against the bank of the pond, preventing it from eroding, and their cost is $110,000. Red Deer Piling, with a sheet piling system to stabilize the ground around the pond, comes in at $338,000. And then Parkland Geotechnical Engineering, they'll do a geotechnical study on the soil, which is an $18,100 price tag. A geotechnical soils investigation and engineering will determine what is required to remedy the situation. We've listed some options, and we basically are asking for the city's assistance on this issue with the help for the geotechnical study at this time. Thank you.
Are you finished? You're okay. Just wanted to double check. All right. So I will just give me a second here. I had the timer on. I just need to stop that. All right. So I will open it up for questions, but the first one is, so you are coming to council today to request council to give consideration to helping with the geotechnical study? Oh, you turned your, okay. Thank you. Okay. I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Nguyen.
Thanks very much, and good to hear the update. It's the first time that I've seen you in this term of council. Do enjoy golf quite a bit myself. So as you know, I have a notice of motion later to revisit the design and engineering of the 18 holes at West River's Edge, and I'll ask your opinion on this after I have a couple questions about your presentation. So first, I'm guessing that COVID affected revenue quite significantly at the Fort Sask Golf and Country Club. There could be recovery in that capacity at the moment. You don't have to give me a number, but what does the reserve fund look like for kind of rainy day funds or capital planning for 10 years? Obviously, the pond is kind of something that was hoping to not be expected for quite a while, but it's water pond. But can you just give me some idea of what your capital reserve fund allocation budget looks like?
So maybe what I'll try to do is answer this as specific as I can. Currently, right now in our account is a little over $250,000, but we also know that we're expecting other, like we've got equipment that we've got to finance, we've got holes that we've got to repair, and just regular maintenance, and then staff and everything else. To your point of, did COVID have an impact? I think COVID had an impact on a lot of things, but what we've seen in the last year and a half since the new board has come in and since we've made some changes, we've seen an increase in revenue that is starting to drive the course with more people visiting our course, and we're driving more income. So I think those are the things. The sustainability going forward is strong, but we don't have enough of a reserve fund to attack this whole erosion, which, unfortunately, because they removed the liner prior, has eroded all of that bank. And now we're seeing some real risk, right? Erosion risk and risk with safety along there.
I might add to that. One of the slides has a life cycle on some of the equipment that we have. So we've sat down and budgeted the life cycle of that equipment and are planning this $250,000 to support those items that the club feels they're going to have to replace.
Right. So, and this kind of gets to my broader question, which is private golf courses never receive public funds. They might get qualify for grant funding and whatnot. So what maybe, I know this is a difficult question, but what makes our Fort Saskatchewan Golf and Country Club maybe different from private courses who have to cover these type of extraneous circumstances with their own funds? So maybe you can speak about operations of the entity, and as well if perhaps you require fundraising or green fee or user fee evaluation.
So we're a not-for-profit organization, and the funds that we generate on the course are not profit that we take out of the course. We put it back into the course. We feel we're a showpiece for the city as you're coming by. We have an enormous amount of traffic going by daily to the plants, and so we classify it as the entryway into the city. So we haven't come to the council previously on requesting any funds. They have assisted us in the past. I think in the 1980s, they did provide us with some funding when we had a fire in our clubhouse, where we borrowed funds and I guess replaced them or gave them back. And also when they built the curling rink, the funds were borrowed from the city and it was repaid. So the city actually ended up with a nice asset sitting on their property of the curling rink, paid for by the Golf and Curling Club.
Okay, I see Adam has his light on.
Yes, absolutely. So I kind of want to speak to it as well here. So obviously I've been at the club here just under 12 months here, and obviously there's been a dramatic change and shift in the focus of what's happening. I'm trying to be more involved with the community, myself being very visible to everyone within the city here, as I live within 15 minutes of this community, as I'm in North Edmonton. So just a bunch of the grants that we've actually gone forth since myself coming on, and with the support of our board. So since May 2024 to June 2025, we've applied for 8 different grants, which many of them, unfortunately, we have been denied for. Highlighting some, for example, Government Alberta Community Initiatives Program. We were looking for some support for equipment for the golf club. We're looking around $75,000. That was denied for, unfortunately. Some very good positives out of some of the grants that we got. We got a $19,000 grant from Sport Physical Activity Recreation, so every kid can play. So what it is, it brightened the horizon for the curling club, which gave every kid a chance to be able to curl, have proper equipment rather than the used equipment that used to be there, and just really expanded how curling could be perceived to the entire adolescent community here. As well, we got Northern Alberta Curling Association Legacy Grant Fund, which gave us another $5,500, which was able to inject back into the curling. Canada Summers Jobs Program. This is actually the first time I've actually only been denied on this one. At previous golf courses, I've always been accepted on this, so it's disappointing not to be able to get this. And then currently we have in progress 3 other grants that we're heavily pursuing, which will once again help us get the funding that is required for us. Kind of speaking to kind of the financials of the golf course itself, green fees itself this year is up 40%. Leagues are selling out. We have multiple new golf tournaments, which is attracting new people to the community of Fort Saskatchewan, as well. As Denise mentioned, the Play Golf Alberta program. So what that program is that there's a third-party website where it gives all Albertans a chance to be able to see our golf course on their website and book constantly. And I constantly look at this website and see how other golf courses are booking. Our golf course is typically booked up immediately. So once again, we're just injecting more new bodies into the community of Fort Saskatchewan, and obviously with our social media presence within, which as you can see, is our numbers are dramatically going up, and our revenue stream is definitely on the uprise, which is very much a positive, which gives us a chance to be able to make this golf course even better.
Okay, thank you. So I assume the short answer was nonprofit, not private. Okay, good.
Thank you. I'll be back on round 2.
Okay, Councillor Blissard, questions?
Well, first, I'd like to say thanks for the presentation. While I don't golf, I do appreciate that the golf course being there. From the first time we moved here 30 years ago, I thought it looks a lot nicer than having high rises or subdivision backing on. We have lots of that already. So I do like the green space there. But I do have a bunch of questions. So number one, and I know we can't go back in time, so the answer here might be obvious, but I'm going to ask anyways. Why was this pond, first of all, enlarged, and second of all, without a liner?
I would comment on that. Probably was a budgetary concern at the time. I think the board at the time chose to believe that they could remedy the situation with what they put in there, and so that was probably the driving force behind it.
But why was it enlarged?
We were running out of water at the time, and when they were redoing the sculpture of the pond, there wasn't that dramatic of a cost to enlarge it, which would allow the the course to have more of a reservoir to water it, particularly in these dry days that we're
It's getting drier.
experiencing.
And I guess maybe I missed it in here, but when was that pond enlarged?
About 3 years ago.
Oh, so it hasn't been long. And when did you first find the erosion? I'm sorry, it kind of all ties in. I know it's a bunch of questions, but when did you first cover? And I'm asking that because, I mean, if I had a pond like that and I found erosion right away, I'd be going, hey, hang on, we got to go do that liner after all.
I think it was when we had a significant rainfall in 2023, and then we started to see it start to slough, right? And so then, that's prior to us being on the board. They again went and reassessed it with who they had at the time and decided that they could just rebuild the path and it was going to be okay. So again, I think they put Band-Aids on a situation that we just didn't address by getting the right geotechnical engineering study to determine really what is our issue.
Okay. I've got more questions, but I'll we do rounds.
I'll
That was
put
my
you
two.
on round 2. Okay. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation, and it's really nice to see the kind of community service you're providing for all generations in our city. It's so wonderful. My first question is actually one more comment. I really loved reading the history of this club, but I was very sad to see that it stopped at 1996. I was hoping to see it come all the way to 2025, but that's okay. So my first question is just around your cost estimates. So you have cost estimates by different contractors. So you also said you're doing it. You want to do a geo study and engineering to see the asset, the extent of the damage. So the cost estimates you have, is that assuming like full scale reconstruction? Because what exactly was assumed in that estimate?
Yeah, I think it started because Noyan Construction has been a big part of helping us in the past of the pond. Started there, you know, when he looked at it, then he said, you probably need X. And then when the next person looks at it, they go, well, now you need A, B, and C, right? Potentially. So we went out to get quotes to determine, you know, if we needed all of that, what does that look like?
Okay, so that would be full scale. That's the
Yeah,
cost of
but
it, full scale.
Exactly. We still don't know.
So no surprises. Like if okay, all right. My second question. So you're asking for 18,100, right? That's your request from council right
today,
now.
yeah.
So are you here to ask for a loan or a grant?
Well, we prefer.
We're asking for a grant.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but if council said, okay, you can have X amount of money, but it will be a loan, are you able to? Will you be happy with it?
So I guess that would be plan B for sure. But I mean, like in the past, we've shown that we can demonstrate that we can repay a loan over time. I mean, we need to fix the issue. So whatever way we have to do that, I think that's what we're really here to do.
Okay.
We need to address what's going on. And really it's the issue of potential safety, right? Like, I mean, we've got a path that is starting to fall into a bank. We've had to close it down multiple times as it's eroding. And we've got the number 8 box that's starting to do the same thing. So it's a risk issue at times, right? So we want to make sure.
Okay. Well, thank you for your responses.
Okay. Thank you. We're still on round 1, so I'll go to Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. The quotes that you have from Noyan and the other organizations or companies, those are preliminary. The first step is to get the geotechnical study so that we can get engineers involved and actually figure out a proper solution. This gives us a ballpark idea of what we're looking at.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. Mayor Katcher, I'm going to make the motion because I've got a lot of comments I'd like to add in, and we might as well focus the discussion.
Okay, I'm not taking any motions right now. Okay, there's still people asking questions, and
They can ask questions with a motion on the floor, can they not?
I'd like to go through and give everybody an opportunity to ask questions first.
Alrighty. Let's talk about the nonprofit for a second. That's in the bylaws. We have, the club also, I believe, has the ability to, or at least used to have the ability to run lotteries of one form or another under the Gaming Act, and to do that you needed to be a nonprofit as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
no profits of the organization have ever gone directly to a member to benefit a member or a shareholder or a director?
No, not that we're aware of.
Not to our knowledge, yeah.
Agreed. The directors are all volunteers
Correct.
Directors are all volunteers, yes.
and always have been.
Yes.
Again, to my knowledge.
Okay. Over its 80 some year existence in the community, would you suggest perhaps that the golf course adds a recreational service much like many of the other amenities in the community?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Without question.
Yeah, and I mean the age gap and the ages that we support is an entire community, right? Like so.
And I might add at a low cost to the city.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep going for a second, if I may. You referenced I think $250,000 approximately that you have in the bank. What's your annual budget? What's your annual spend, including capital?
So it's a great question, and I think that would be something that we'd have to go back to look at. With Adam being here, this is halfway through this year, right? You could probably give maybe an estimate of where we are.
So our operational budget this year, with curling and golf, we were looking to be profitable. To have an operating revenue of about 1.35 million this year, with operation costs approximately around $800,000 to $850,000.
And of course, ongoing equipment costs, capital costs.
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
That's the other thing too that I think is important to note. The $250K in the bank is not only golf money, but curling function money is as well, correct?
Correct. Yes. And so one of the things that happened with this curling season, as I look back at previous financials with the curling was significantly losing money. In 2023, curling lost $73,000. This curling season that we just had, we actually profited about $5,000. So we were already well ahead of the ball going into this golf season, rather than the golf season having to kind of bail out our golf curling season.
And I would say that's a big part to the volunteers that we have with both our golf committee and our curling committee, that is generating interest in both sports and community functions there. So, I mean, I think both of them have turned the corner, and we've seen significant progress there.
Okay,
And the golf club is run by a board elected by shareholders?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay,
How do you-
Councillor Kelly. I cut Councillor Blizzard off at
No
like
problem.
3
I can
questions.
come back in. Consider me coming back in.
Yep. Thank you. So I'm still on round 1, which is Councillor Macon. You're next.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Just a question about your savings. You had mentioned about some of it is earmarked for life cycle replacement. How much of that $250,000 is earmarked for specific projects, and how much do you have that's just considered rainy day funds as good business practice?
Great question. So right now, for example, at the end of this golf season, we need to replace 20 fleets of our power carts, which that approximate cost on per cart, buying a used cart, which is between about $9,500 to $11,500. So potentially up to $150,000 needs to go out the door as soon as the golf season ends here. So that'll take up a good chunk, right?
Yeah, I would
right
say
there.
from a board perspective, when we look at it, probably maintaining the course and some of the equipment that we're going to have to draw on, and the loans that we have for some equipment that we've just purchased this year, we're probably sitting on a rainy day fund of about 50 to 75. That would be what our rainy day, if we had to do that, projecting what we've projected out.
Okay.
Hopefully that's
Might add that the rainy day fund gets eroded very quickly. We have received a surprise this week that's going to erode some of our rainy day fee as well.
Yeah, that's fair. A question of administration, and it does sound like a motion is coming. I'm just curious what you might foresee is the source of funding for this one-time request.
Mr. Fleming?
Through your worship, we were just pondering that. I think We would look at the municipal operating projects reserve as a source of funding.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Go to round 2, so I'm top of the list. So you have an actual quote for the geotechnical of 18,100. You don't
Yes.
expect any surprises. And then once that comes in, then what's your next request?
I think we come back because then we have more information. Right now, we don't know what the extent of damage is and what we're going to have to do. Once that comes back, I think that gives us a clear idea, because we may be surprised by that we only need one portion of what we went out and got quotes for. Hopefully it's not on the other end of that, right? And I think at that point in time, then we would be able to determine as a board, what are our next steps and what do we need support with from council.
And the geotechnical report will allow us to do it properly, or the fixes done properly, because the board, quite frankly, doesn't have the expertise in doing soils investigation or understanding what happens with soil. So if we're going to do it, we want to do it properly. And the first step would be to get a solution from the professionals.
Okay, I guess my next question, I don't know if it's to you or Mr. Fleming. Has there been contact with city administration to discuss the project so that they're aware of it and that they've had input?
Yes, last year we had, when we first noticed sloughing, the city engineer, Mr. Gerard, is it? The head of engineering, had put us on to these geotechnical companies, and we actually had 2 of them come by and do an estimate. The one that we're carrying is Parkland Geo, which is the one that works for the city and has done soils for the city. So they did help us in that regard to steer us to the proper professionals.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so round 2, Councillor Nguyen, you're next.
It's entirely possible that you find about 100,000 golf balls at the bottom of this pond when you drain it. So there could be a stand by the highway there. I know I've donated a couple dozen in there. Maybe you can call me when it's empty and I'll retrieve them. This leads to my point. I think there's some efficiencies to find within your organization, and I'm wondering what efficiencies you've considered to offset potential capital expenditure on the sloughing project. And one of those that you alluded to is $250,000 worth of golf carts. And I've asked this question to the city many times when we're looking at their equipment. Why are we buying an $800,000 grader or a loader when you could have a full-time mechanic for $100,000 a year paid for 8 years? So why haven't you perhaps considered have you considered postponing potential other capital projects to inject more golf course and curling club funds into this?
Yeah.
As like the golf.
We've done that
right?
already. And we have with the board, we've actually taken careful consideration to go what has to maybe go to the back burner, right? There's things that we would like to do is on our wish list and to continue to maintain the course. Stuff like that will be things that we'll consider, right? Until we know the actual cost of what we're going to be doing and what we're going to have to spend, it's hard to say what has to go, further down the road, right? I think that's the biggest thing. But I will say with the board that we have, those are things that we consider every board meeting to make sure that we are on track and that we are continuing to grow the revenue for this club so that we can sustain ourselves.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer, and we're at this, or you're at this
very early stage
phase in the project, right? But that is something I would encourage you to do. A full-time mechanic and parts, you might be able to save $150,000 on something like that. But that's comments, and we'll wait for.
Yeah, and kind of to that notion of with the power carts, when previous management board purchased their power carts, they're buying secondhand. So I've been a PGA member for now over 20 years. I've worked the top 100 golf courses in Canada, top resorts, and coming here, we had golf carts that are already expired. So basically what we really needed to do is make sure that the equipment that we have is going to be recycled continuously. And that's where we come up with that 5-year budget and plan for replacing our equipment, because of course, everything will get timed out. Everything has an expiry life on these machineries that we have, and unfortunately, if we don't be proactive on this and get these new equipment, then they're going to fail. And all of a sudden, if I have 10 power carts go down when I have a fleet of 36, it's costing us dollars and cents.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're still on round two. Councillor Blissard.
Well, it sounds like you guys have things under control, kind of the executive 2.1. I think you're working on it, but I do have some more questions. So you have a lease agreement with the city, right? And how much is the lease for? And what is your understanding of the agreement? Because if it was that the city maintains it, you probably wouldn't be here.
We'd like to change that lease to have the city maintain it, but unfortunately, we've entered into a lease where, and I believe it's $10.
It is $10.
Yeah.
It's $10.
And tax free, is that? Or do you
Correct.
get
Yeah.
taxes
So that
waived
is
too,
that is
right?
for us for maintaining the golf lands
Yeah.
for during the golf season, and then of course during the curling season, it's completely different lease that we have with the city.
And the city doesn't have to cut any of the grass on that lease.
Okay. And the other, well, I have a couple more. Keep adding more to it. So you mentioned fundraisers, which is always good. I have nothing against doing fundraisers for charities, but sometimes you're a nonprofit, your own charity is the most important. You need to make sure you're in good shape before you give money away as a way of donating. Have you considered that? Either a separate tournament, or instead of doing as big a donation somewhere, you do a little less?
Absolutely. I think it's all for consideration. Again, I think we're in such early stages until we actually know the real cost. I think we're trying to get ahead of that to make sure that we understand the project ahead of us. And then I think then the next part is, what could we do for fundraising? What can we do? We've applied for grants already. So we're trying to get ahead on that to make sure that we've put all of that together. Janice has been great at, putting the grant together. It's a lot of work for the several of the ones that we're putting together for the information required, but we've done that as well to make sure that, there's ways that we're seeking funding and support here.
And we don't want to be I guess we want to be good corporate citizens as well. So we want to try to do our share, even though we may require a lot of funds ourselves as well.
So you do have some costs in there, estimates already in your presentation. So, but they're not exact. You're saying that geotechnical study would pinpoint more exact what's needed?
That's correct.
Correct.
When you,
Yes.
when you look at it, there's some different options there. I think Nguyen Construction recommended the sheet piles along the pond. The liner company, the containment company, said we may not require that, but you should have to get that engineered. So at this stage of the game, we want to make sure that we
Do it right.
the right answer.
Okay. I think actually that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Batoye, round two.
Sure, thank you. It sounds like you're putting a lot of efforts into, this work that you're doing, and you have your house in order. So I just want to say that's really impressive. So thank you for what you're doing. So my question is just back to your estimate. So you currently have a $562,000 estimate potentially, and I heard you respond to the mayor's question that your plan was to come back to council once you know the exact amount. So my question is, why don't you do the geotechnical and design, know your exact cost, then come to council to request for the amount that you're looking for? Because if your plan is to come back to council, I'm going to be like, well, I gave you 18,000. Why are you back?
Yeah.
Right. So do you have a comment on that?
I think we've allocated our funds based on that equipment life cycle and things like that, and we require a little bit of a reserve for unforeseeables. And we feel as a board that $18,000 is going to put the board under a little bit of stress and that kind of thing, taking those funds away.
Okay, so
And I think to your point, I think your question is, why didn't we come with, do the geotech and here's the whole amount we're asking?
Exactly.
I think a big part of that of why we're not coming with, can you support us with $500,000 or $600,000 is it may only be 200, or what if it's on the other end of that? So I think why we're coming today is let's start with step one. We know there might have to be step two, but in essence, we want to be somewhat prepared and get your support and get your understanding of what we're facing so that we're not just coming in with, here's the big price tag that we think we're going to have to deal with. I think that's because we may have a better idea of how else we can support that funding of that project when we know the actual true cost of it.
Okay,
Right.
thank you. Okay, thank you. Just my second question is just, are you familiar with the grants to not-for-profit that the city does around budget season?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, we get emails every single month, just anything that's coming up forth.
Oh, no. I'm saying that the city has an annual grants to not-for-profits that's the city supports not-for-profits in the city. With.
Yeah, Sheila sends that out to us, and I believe that if nothing else, if we've looked into what we can apply for in some of those, and sometimes we don't qualify because of what we're looking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Sheila's been fantastic with helping us with that.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Harris, you haven't been on round one, so you get to go next.
So looking at your timeline, obviously in 1987, Sherritt was engaged to ultimately help you guys deal with the water supply. So at the present time, Sherritt has ponds on their site. They ultimately are running water through their process. They ultimately clarify that. Does it then go from their ponds to your ponds, and you draw and you pump from their ponds to your pond?
No.
Is that what this? What
happens is Sherritt pumps water and has a settling pond. We draw and they pump water from that settling pond to our pond, and then we have a pump where we pump to our facility. So
Okay.
they're providing the pump and the water flow from their settling pond.
So as long as they're in business, that's the source of water that you would be looking forward into the future in relation to your irrigation context. Right. Great. Is there any opportunity, or have you looked at the whole idea of a potential direct feed as opposed to having to have? I understand the whole concept of golf course dugouts and that sort of stuff, but has there been any analysis of a direct feed from them? That when you're watering, you're pulling from their ponds as opposed to having your own pond? Have you ever looked at that?
No.
I guess I don't understand the question.
Well, okay, so Sherritt is the source of water. That's I think we understand that. But could they supply you directly from their ponds without having to put it directly in? Could it go into your irrigation system to ultimately feed? And when you're going through your watering program, probably at night or whenever it is, could you draw from there as opposed to drawing out of your own pond?
They don't have a significant enough pump to provide that.
Yeah.
We do sort of a trickle system on a small pipe coming into our pond, and then we have to pressurize it to service all our heads that are doing the watering. So we require some substantial pressure to move it around the course, and they just don't allow that at this stage. They don't have the capability.
Okay, so a feasibility analysis of that type of supply as opposed to having your own, as you just described, is the preferred method and the only kind of option that you believe that there is.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And so that puts us in this context of
the importance of
deal
this
with?
water supplies.
okay.
Keeps our course open.
I just wanted to understand that. So the only other alternative to that would be using domestic water, which is extremely expensive.
Correct.
We might address it now because the water system is open on Lau Avenue, and it's not that much of a push over to our pond if we so choose that. But I'm afraid the cost might be too dreadful.
Your budget could not sustain it, I can tell you that right now. Anyways, that's neither here nor there, but thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Round two, Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. Wanted to address a couple things, just go back in the questioning a little bit, back to the reserve or the cash on hand of $250,000. Your membership dues for golf in particular are collected in advance beginning of the year, correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
And those dues have to last you through to the end of the golf season, is that correct?
Correct.
So probably the end of June or thereabouts is in the calendar year your highest bank balance, and you would imagine that it would go down from here till you collect curling dues sometime presumably in October.
That would be correct.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
We would
you
see
bet.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Golf cart revenue. It's a golf rental of golf carts along with greens fees to use the course are a significant source of revenue, are they not?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I can, thank you. I was hoping for a little more information. How much? Let me put it that way.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry. So to kind of put it in perspective right now, last month, our 9-hole green fees were up from the previous year month was up almost $30,000.
That's the green fees, right?
Green fees.
But what about cart?
Carts, they're up approximately about $7,000 last month compared to last year. So kind of put it in perspective, our last month financials, we were up about $35,000 to $45,000, and our month previous to that, in comparison, was up almost double, which is about $95,000. So we're having a great season right now, and it's just going to continue to roll.
So the weather is part of that. I would say we've increased green fees this year. We've increased the rentals. We've gotten rid of 2-for-1s that we had. So we've done a lot of things to change that revenue stream that is injecting that capital back into our course. So we made a lot of decisions as a board with bringing Adam on to start to take a look at that and how can we drive revenue, make this sustainable. And those are all the answers, right? Like so.
No, I appreciate that and good job. All right, Mayor Katcher, I'm still ready for the motion. Do I have your permission?
You know, yeah, you have my permission. Question that I have of you, because typically when somebody comes and makes a request for money, it would probably be more of a notice of motion. And I understand you would challenge me and say this is germane to it, but if that's your wish, I struggle with it a bit because it is a financial request and administration hasn't had an opportunity to prepare a report for this. So we do have a meeting coming on August 12th, if you would be willing.
I think the problem, and I understand your concerns, Mayor Katcher, but the problem is, number one, the meeting on August 12th was literally I just found out about that today. Secondly, time is passing. We have a rather short summer season and we're probably halfway through it. These people would like to get their work done, is my imagination, or what I would believe. And
Then go
the administration has been aware of the problem now for months, maybe even more than a year. So I don't think it's something new on the plate, other than it's new to the budget. So I think I heard you say go ahead. So I move that the City of Fort Saskatchewan provide the local golf and curling club, the Fort Saskatchewan Golf and Curling Club,
There's a motion. There's a motion. They've prepared one while
I
you were.
didn't even see that. Thank you. Let me get that up here so I can see it. There.
Just a note, Councillor Kelly, based on a little bit that you said from your motion, our motion proposed that the city would undertake the work.
Well, okay, and I never even thought about that. So is that your preference, Mr. Fleming?
That's the preference of our engineering folks. If we're gonna expend the funds to do it, then we'll just undertake the work. The report is the report anyway, but we have relationships with some of these companies, and we would go out and get 3 quotes and select and go ahead and do the work.
I honestly never thought about that. So I assume that is fine with you folks as well.
You bet.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So let me start over with the motion. I move the council approve one-time funding of $25,000 from the Municipal Operating Projects Reserve for the purpose of having the city conduct a geotechnical analysis of hole number 8 of the municipal golf course to assess erosion risks.
Okay. All right. I'll accept that. You can speak to it.
Thank you. Now I have a question of Mr. Fleming. If the golf club has an estimate of $18,000 to do a geotechnical, why would the city's estimate be $25,000?
Through your worship, we built in some wiggle room so that we can go out and get quotes. Okay. I would anticipate it'll still be the 18 or 20 that we had originally thought.
My view on this is not that this is a private organization, because it is not. The golf club and the curling club, both individually and combined, have had provided amenities and recreational services to the community of Fort Saskatchewan for, 70 years or more now, probably close to 80 years. It's always been done with volunteers at very, very little cost to the city of Fort Saskatchewan. The lease was brought up, and the fact that the lease is $10 a year is understandable. When the land was first leased to the golf club, they actually had to go out with their own horses and break the land. It was truly surplus to the community of Fort Saskatchewan, and the city of Fort Saskatchewan has grown around it, in part, I would suggest, because of the efforts of the volunteers over 80 years to provide an amenity to the city of what is now the city of Fort Saskatchewan. So it's very much a symbiotic relationship. I tend to look at the golf and curling club because I know the amount of volunteer effort that goes into it and the service that it provides. I tend to look at it much like any other recreational activity that the city of Fort Saskatchewan provides. If we look at the walking trails, those are 100% at the city cost and maintained at city cost 100%. If we look at the swimming pool, it's a hot subject, but the capital cost is 100% borne by the city, and the operating costs are 100% borne by the city each and every day since the swimming pool was first constructed. At the end of the day, the swimming pool or the walking trails or any of the other services that we provide a recreational amenity to the community of Fort Saskatchewan. And the only real difference in my mind is who actually runs the venue. And in this case, the service is provided at truly a significant discount to the city of Fort Saskatchewan residents versus the other two options or alternatives that I just discussed or mentioned, because of the significant volunteer work of the board of directors over many decades. I'm aware through my history with this organization of some of the history points that these people didn't quite touch on. The original curling club building was financed with a loan from the town of the city of Fort Saskatchewan that bore interest that was repaid in full by the users of the curling club, and the city received its money back. So the cost of the city was an allocation of the land that it sits on. The dugout and the water line were provided by the golf club itself. And I remember when the water line went in. In fact, 2 years ago, an airplane bumped into the welder that installed the water line. The irrigation system on the golf course was put in, and this, trusting my memory, late 70s, early 80s. Again, a loan from the city of Fort Saskatchewan, fully repaid by the users of the facility. So in other words, no cost to the city of Fort Saskatchewan. I think it's a valuable asset to the city, and other than on very rare occasions, costs virtually nothing, and I'm more than prepared to support them at this particular point in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is open for discussion and debate. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I'll support the motion. I just wanted to add in, though, that just a caution that it isn't support or commitment to the project as a whole, because I expect that to be the decision of the next council based on the time of year that this is. But I will support this for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. I'm very happy to support the motion, and obviously this is a timely matter that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later with the amount of water that you're losing there. I've been through that hole, and obviously it's a bit of an eyesore and a real course hazard if it wasn't already. So I agree with Councillor Macon. It's going to need to be a decision made by the next council after the geotech report comes back. But I'm happy to support it as it is, and would also encourage the golf course to really engage with potential stakeholders and community partners and industry if they can perhaps assist with this. But that's the board's responsibility. So thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
I find that comparing the apples and oranges of pathways to golf courses is not correct. The pathways, anyone can pop on a pathway and walk the pathway. There's no charge. There's no one asking. I can't come to your golf course and just come with my clubs that I don't have, but I can't just come. So there is a huge difference with that. But having said that, I think this is something that we can help with. It's not a big ask. The second part of it, you might be more prepared to see if you get a loan or something. Next council will decide that. But this one, I think it's a small ask. I think we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
Question for administration. So ultimately, if we're looking at a geotechnical, we're talking about drilling boreholes in selective areas in that area to determine what the soil conditions ultimately look at and ultimately design would come out of that, Mr. Fleming? Would you anticipate? Because, you know, it's obviously a multi-stepped process to come down with this, because the geotechnical will just give you, yeah, we know it's sandy soil and it has to be stabilized. So what would you envision in terms of the actual process that would typically, I know you're not an engineer, but you would have talked to our engineers about this, I would imagine.
Yeah, through your worship, I think what you described is accurate. And then I think in addition to that, what we're looking for is some recommendations on what the different options are to solve the problem. Because I would imagine there's going to be one or two different ways to go at it. And then there should be some high-level cost estimates that come out of that. And it should, we're anticipating from the time that we start to be about 6 to 8 weeks for the work to get fully completed.
Oh, okay, so administration is going to have to develop a terms of reference. You're going to go out bidding, and I really appreciated you saying that it would be better to put an upper limit on this and then ultimately recognize that the scope of work may need to enlarge somewhat. Because I think it's crucial that we ensure that we have a terms of reference for this. And that it clearly enunciates exactly what we expect to get out of this. And if that is also including a design that ultimately could then be tendered from the standpoint of construction, whether it's sheet piles or whatever, then ultimately I think that's important. So I will support it in that context. I see the value that the golf course brings to our community. It is on city land. You are the stewards of our land. All of our land, and you're all ratepayers and you're all residents. And I think we have to try to preserve that from that standpoint. But I want to make sure that what's coming out of this review is ultimately doable. And it gives us a real clear indication of the scope of the issue and the cost to fix. And ultimately, going forward, I think if you can use that as a go-forward thing, I think that's really, really good. So I'll support it on that basis.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Batoye.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question first before I speak on motion, and I guess Mr. Fleming can answer. I'm just curious about the reserve and what the opportunity cost is for, because this is a project that we didn't know about, and we're approving it all of a sudden without administration reports. What is the opportunity cost? What is being let go as a result of this approval?
Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, through your worship, I don't think there'll be any projects that get canceled because of it. The opportunity cost would probably be the fact that money would no longer be in the unallocated funds in the reserve, and then it would probably be we might lose out on some interest earned. But
okay, so no projects is being let go as a result of this decision.
I wouldn't think so. I'm actually just trying to look up the reserve amounts as we speak, but. So I might be able to better answer that in 5 minutes. But
okay, perfect.
Yep.
Well, as good stewards of our taxpayers' money, I think that's it's something that's important to know, because this is a request that was brought forward before council without a report from administration. I do support what you do. I appreciate what you do. I think that you serve not just seniors, but multi-generation, in our communities. So I appreciate all the efforts that you put into the work that you do. But I also think that it's important for us to be good stewards of, taxpayers' money. And as been said, it's 18,000. It's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things if we look at our total budgets as a city. But my biggest concern is the latter part of this project. Like, what is your plan? right? So I will support this right now, because again, it's not a really significant amount of money, and we're not really foregoing any projects as a result of this. I will support the motion for now, but I hope you have a great plan on how you will be fixing the issue. And again, I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I too will. I'll support this. I'm just going to say, though, process-wise, I would have preferred if you had have actually worked with administration to let them know that you were making a formal request so that it could come on to new business and be dealt with, so that they would have the information and be able to speak to it and have an actual motion. I'm never fond of doing motions that are just ad hoc, because we call that green bananas. We don't have all the information. So I kind of agree, it's not a commitment that what the city will do further, but when this comes forward, please have the report with administration and not just as a presentation, please. And yes, you do a great job in the community, and you are similar to the golf club as well. We can't just walk in there and play a round of, no, the curling club. We can't just go in there and curl without paying a fee, but it does have a rentable facility. So on that basis, I will support it. But process-wise, please do the right process next time. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly on close.
I think we've got consensus, Mayor Katcher. I just want to add, I think, a comment. The engineers that will eventually design the solution for this particular problem need the geotechnical report, step one. And so that's the whole purpose for getting this. It's not going to give us answers. It's going to allow an engineer to give us answers, is my analysis of it. So I think we got consensus. Call the question, please.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to hold everybody to 5 minutes. So 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, so 11:22, and then we are going to get on to the public hearings. So please be back in your seats by then. Thank you.
It's a good day.
Okay, if everybody would like to take their seats, I was very clear. We're going to push on. Do you want to just check and see if, do you mind just checking and seeing if Councillor Kelly's out there while I talk about the process? We are going. All right, so next item is a public hearing number 1 for bylaw C12-25 for the Roseburn Neighborhood Structure Plan. And Scott Perch and Cherie Shindy that will be presenting. So the process, as I always provide, is administration will provide the opening comments. They will provide all the information. Council will have an opportunity to ask them questions. Following that, I will open it up for anybody who wishes to speak in favor or opposed to the public hearing. They will come forward and have 5 minutes to present. Those who have registered will present first. And with that, questions can be asked. Once everybody has concluded with that, we'll go back to administration. Administration will have any final questions, and then we will go to business arising from the public hearing. So with that, I will open the public hearing at 11:24 for bylaw C12-25. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. So my name is Scott Perch, and I am here with Cherie Shindy. We are here to present a brief summary of bylaw C12-25 to amend the Roseburn area structure plan in order to adopt the proposed Northeast Roseburn Neighborhood Structure Plan, or NSP. So to begin, in May 2025, the Roseburn Area Structure Plan was approved and adopted by Council. This ASP encompasses roughly 250 hectares of land located south of the South Fort Meadows neighborhood, east of Highway 21, west of 92nd Street, and north of the city's southernmost boundary, or Township Road 542. The ASP area encompasses an entire section of land, or 4 quarter sections. However, I would like to note that while the ASP is for the entire section, the NSP focuses on the northeast quarter section and is referred to as the Northeast Roseburn Neighborhood Structure Plan. So this NSP applies to lands legally described as the northeast quarter section, 18, Township 54, Range 22, west of the 4th Meridian. So this area includes agricultural lands with a homestead on it, a man-made dugout, some minor wetland areas which are non-crown claimable, and an existing tree stand on the homestead. So first, I want to start with an overview of the approval process and the next steps. So currently, we are at the NSP stage. The Municipal Government Act, or MGA, endows municipal councils with the authority to adopt an NSP as an amendment to an area structure plan for lands within their jurisdiction. The NSP is developed as per the guidelines of the terms of reference for the area structure plans and neighborhood structure plans, and aligns with the municipal development plan. A neighborhood structure plan typically includes more detailed information than that of the area structure plan, including finer details regarding the sequence of development, the land uses proposed for the area, the density of population, and the location of local roadways and lanes. Once the NSP is approved and adopted, the next step is to begin the land use bylaw amendment process in order to redistrict lands to reflect the information in the ASP and the NSP. So after the approval of the NSP, redistricting applications are submitted, and once approved by council, administration can process applications for subdivision and development. So the area circled in black is the next step once and if council gives a third reading to this bylaw. So next, I want to discuss the concept plan included with the NSP. The purpose of this map is to provide a visual representation of the proposed land use patterns, including residential areas, commercial zones, parks, open spaces, and key infrastructure. So the proposed NSP concept plan reflects the concept plan presented with the ASP, but provides generally greater detail regarding park configuration and sizes, block sizes, local road networks, and trail network, and more. The NSP envisions this area as a predominantly residential neighborhood. The NSP area will be home to approximately 3,100 residents with 1,250 dwelling units. A variety of housing options are proposed, including singles, semis, townhomes, apartments, and a new shallow lot high-density housing form. So first, I would like to bring your attention to the land use layout. Again, this is the same as the ASP with the largest land use in light yellow, which is low density development. Next is the slightly darker yellow, which highlights the areas designated for street-oriented medium density residential. This area will allow for slightly greater density and is largely located along major transportation routes. Next is the medium density development, which is highlighted in the salmon color. This use is located south of the proposed school site, which I can show here, and at the intersection of the collector roads. And we also have high density shallow lot housing designated in orange. This area is designed to accommodate a unique housing form consisting of duplexes, which is 2 units with one above the other, and will look like single detached housing. And multi-attached housing consisting of 4 units, 2 upper and 2 lower, which will look like semi-detached with separate entrances. We also have regular high-density residential and a neighborhood commercial development designated within the neighborhood node area. So next is the distribution of parks and open spaces. So parks of various sizes are distributed throughout the plan area, including a future school site along the north end of the plan area. The location of parks is consistent with the MDP, as green spaces are largely located along collector roads, and the location of small-scale parks are within 5-minute walking distance for residents. The map shows multi-use trails located along arterial and collector roads as well, and around the stormwater management area. These trails are designed to support safe and convenient active transportation for pedestrians, cyclists, and other users. The trails link residential areas, parks, and school sites, and commercial areas, ensuring that all key destinations are easily accessible. I would also like to bring to your attention how the trails connect to the existing system, locating north of the NSP area and into the South Fort Meadows area. Additionally, an enhanced pedestrian multi-use corridor is planned along 92nd Street. This corridor will be developed in stages as the project progresses from north to south. Overall, the active transportation network aims to create a well-connected, safe, and enjoyable environment for all residents and promoting healthy and sustainable modes of travel. So next, I want to discuss the staging plan included with the NSP. The purpose of this map is to illustrate the recommended sequence of development within the Northeast Roseburn NSP area, ensuring orderly and efficient growth. The map shows the conceptual order of development stages, starting from the northeast and extending south and west. This sequence is designed to maximize efficiency and minimize disturbance to existing land uses. So stage 1 development begins in the northeast portion, including the road connecting from South Fort Boulevard at Greenfield Link, and initial construction of the stormwater management facility. Stage 2 development continues west from stage 1, and this stage includes the the west entrance collector and dedication of the school site municipal reserve. Stage 3 development proceeds south, culminating in the connection of internal collector roads and development of the central mixed-use neighborhood node. And this stage includes a wide range of housing options and completion of the boundary arterial roads to the northeast quarter section. I would also note that you can see that the stages are broken down into greater phases from what was shown at the ASP as well. So some changes are being proposed to the statistics table of the NSP from what was proposed during first reading. So these changes are being proposed in order to provide more clarity and certainty regarding the proposed densities. The density ranges are being proposed to be removed and be replaced with a density cap for the different residential types. So low density is proposed not to exceed 35 dwelling units per net residential hectare in any given subdivision. Medium density is proposed not to exceed 70 dwelling units per net residential hectare in any given subdivision, and high density shallow lots is proposed not to exceed 99 dwelling units per net residential hectare. So additionally, Bylaw C12-25 proposes some minor amendments to maps 5 through 12 of the ASP. These changes are to ensure consistency between the NSP and the ASP. The changes are required to make the local road layout and lanes more functional from an operations perspective, which led to the reduction in street-oriented housing and municipal reserve being adjusted to remove unusable space. Additional minor changes to the medium density and commercial node areas are proposed in order to accommodate changes to the size of the stormwater pond. So this map shows what was previously approved by council, and the circles highlight the areas that are to be changed. So this map shows the proposed amended version, where you can see that the street-oriented medium density has been reduced and the tail of the municipal reserve has been removed. The municipal reserve land has been integrated with the Central Park and Southwest Park. And this slide speaks to the NSP and its conformance to the planning documents. So the NSP conforms with the municipal development plan policies and objectives. The NSP is located in the area that is designated as part of the future urban areas within the MDP. And neighborhoods in the future urban area are designed as a place that meets the diverse needs of its residents and offers a high quality of life. The NSP includes a variety of housing types, aligning with the MDP policy, which emphasizes diverse housing types to meet the needs of different ages, incomes, and household sizes. The NSP ensures that parks and open spaces are distributed throughout the community, with all residents being within a 5-minute walk of a park, aligning with the MDP policy, which emphasizes the importance of accessibility and well-distributed parks and open spaces. The NSP incorporates street-oriented development with active interfaces, again aligning with the MDP policies. And finally, the NSP is designed to implement the MDP's vision for complete communities through detailed planning. So this public hearing was advertised in Fort Record for 2 consecutive weeks. Notices were mailed out to the property owners of the ASP plan area, and notice of the proposed bylaw and public hearing was posted on the city's website and social media accounts. It is being recommended that council amend bylaw C12-25 and then that council give second and third reading to bylaw C12-25. And with that, it concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. And just a reminder, we are in public hearings, so don't debate, just ask clarifying questions. Councillor Harris, you're first.
A couple of questions. If you look at page 6, let's go to there, or your Parks and Active Transportation, you obviously show the Northwest School site at 2.20 hectares. It was 2.25, and obviously you've amended that little tail, and I appreciate that. If we go slightly to the north, bounded by Southridge Boulevard, there's a triangle of land there. I realize that we're dealing with a quarter section here, but in the context, what is the zoning? Refresh my memory as the zoning north of the Northwest School Park site. Is that part of the school site, but just not shown within the context of this? And where is that dealt with from a technical context?
Through your worship, just to clarify, you're referring to this triangular piece here that I'm kind of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it obviously has to have a planning context assigned to it. And if it's not assigned here, when, and refresh my memory or our memory on that.
Yes. So this area is being designated as municipal reserve. So this entire, sorry, where did my mouse go here?
Actually, go to the page 6, Parks and Active Transportation. Go to that. Yeah, so that shows the small thing with the word Southford Boulevard above it. And then there's a small white triangle just north of Northwest School Site. So I'm just trying to refresh my memory as to what that is, what the zoning of that is, or the proposed zoning of that.
Well, sorry, through your worship. So all of this will be is to be designated as municipal reserve to this to the city, and it will be incorporated with the proposed municipal reserve in the NSP area here to all be a school property for schools.
Okay, so, but that wasn't necessarily clear in your presentation. I was just trying to understand that, because ultimately that is an important component, because it creates a slightly larger school site that then the school board can do their planning on. So that's kind of what I was trying to understand. Okay, and then our, just in the adjacent to the west is our future fire hall site, correct?
Okay, your worship, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, second question. Now you can go back to, let's see, where you're talking about, okay, that would be the land use concept map. So I understand what you've done in terms of taking the front-facing development off of the north part of that future road alignment. And I think that makes good planning sense, and I think it does address our concerns. Had you contemplated doing the same thing just south of that, because then you've got a slightly smaller parcel for that street-oriented medium-density residential, further down towards, there's a 2.0 hectare park, and then we've got street-oriented that takes into that future alignment of two major collectors. I would suggest. Had you contemplated doing something like a bulb up at the top, at the bottom, so that we didn't have all of that, medium, that street-oriented stuff really in the intersection configuration, because that could be problematic. And I understand why you've changed it on Southridge Boulevard.
Mm-hmm. Through your worship, the areas that were changed, so actually if I can jump over to here, so the areas that were changed, just kind of this circle here that had the street oriented, and here, those ones had extreme lane orientation. There was an extreme angle, even tighter than a 90 degree, that really represented some issues in terms of.
Okay, so going down from that location, that intersection on Southridge Boulevard, down to the next main intersection, which is that piece of property that's whatever that is. So you're suggesting that that can be engineered from a planning standpoint to ensure that we don't have problems with street-oriented development right at the intersection. And that's supposed to be a roundabout. Clarify my thinking on that.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, so administration's of the opinion that that can be dealt with from a planning perspective in a safe and efficient manner?
Through your worship, yes.
Okay, those are my questions for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen, clarifying questions?
Yeah, thanks. This is a more broad question in terms of land use planning and the process that we are in right now with land use bylaw revision. So given that council hasn't seen a draft of revisions that are being made to the land use bylaw, I'm not going to ask if this specifically conforms to any changes that we could be seeing, but is it prudent to approve a neighborhood structure plan if our land use bylaw is being amended as we speak. And my concern lies with the nodes, the neighborhood overlay design that has been discussed by planning throughout the process in the last 2.5 years.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, yes, we always do the area structure plans and neighborhood structure plans. They come into place first, and then you take the districts from the land use bylaw and apply it to that area. So the new land use bylaw, in whatever shape and form it comes, you will still be able to apply those districts to this area.
Okay, and if I have your assurance that you're happy with this, and obviously we have a great developer who has planned this quarter section, then that eases my mind. So I was concerned that it was putting the horse before the cart, but I do like the design of this, and we do have commercial right across South Ridge Boulevard. But I do think further south we go, we're going to need to incorporate the land use bylaw with its amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Yes, excuse me, thank you. Good morning, folks. You commented about density caps. I may have missed that in the material. Could I refer you to, it's page 114, chart or table 4.4, land use and population statistics. Mine doesn't have circles on it, but I think we got the same numbers, yes. So when I look at 4.4, I see low density being 25 units per hectare. That's an average?
So that, through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that would be the average that they're using for this area structure plan. That could change a little bit, but any subdivision shall not exceed 35.
Okay, well, you see, there's my question. If we cannot exceed 35, how are we possibly going to average 25?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, again, some subdivisions could be, say, 15 and some are around 35, so that could give you the average. So this is just, you cannot get the exact number at the time of doing area structure plan, but this is what the developer thinks the overall density should be of the, or would be at the end of the development of this area structure plan. In my experience, it can go plus and minus a little bit, but at no point in time the low density area will, any subdivision will exceed 35. So that 25 comes from, some might be below 35, some might be 35.
If in fact some of it's designed out at 34, to hit an average of 25, some of it will have to be designed out at 17. Is there any area within here that has a design of 17 or 18? And I'm really concerned about making it clear to council what it is we're approving here. Because the first version of this chart that we talked about last meeting had 25 to 45, I think was the number. That's a huge range. And I honestly don't think anybody in Fort Saskatchewan considers 45 to be low density. Anyway, enough of the comment. It's changed to 25, and I really appreciate that. Until you said cap of 35. So are we developing to 35 or are we developing to 25? And let's be clear.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, it would average out to somewhere close to 25, or it will be at least at that stage. And if it's not at 25 overall, we won't be reaching our density target of 35-ish, which is what is anticipated for this NSP.
I'm going to ponder that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that appears to be all the questions at this point in time. So I'll have you step back, and I do have a couple that are pre-registered. So the first one is Lane Miller. Okay, yeah, you can come forward, and you will have, I'll have you state your name. Just give them a second to get out of here. I'll have you state your name if you're in favor or opposed, and then you all have 5 minutes, okay? So you can just push the, okay?
Good morning. My name is Lane Miller. I'm a resident in this area. I'm totally okay with it. I approve of the changes. It's the reason I'm here, and I'm not sure if this is the correct forum for it, but if you go to slide 6, there's a walking trail going through my house, in my yard. So I bought the property knowing that it wasn't my forever home, which is okay. So I'm okay with development. I'm okay with the roads, the walking paths, the high density, low density, doesn't matter. My concern is I haven't had much traction with the city, the developer, the builders in regards to maintaining garbage that flies around. Every 2 weeks, and I'm being generous here, I'm filling up a truck box of garbage that I dispose of on my own dollar. I call bylaw. They say they need to catch people to do it. Wind comes up, it blows everywhere. Nothing gets done. So I send my kids and myself, and we walk the ditch and we clean it. And I'm looking for a commitment from the developer, the builders, and the city that I can enjoy my home for the time being until someday that there's a walking path going through my house. And that's, like I said, I apologize if this isn't the right forum, but I guess this is just my frustration overflowing.
Okay, thank you very much for coming out. So we have administration sitting here beside you. Janelle is nodding her head, so she can maybe get your information, and she's in charge of parks, open space. She's in charge of just about everything. So she's the one just in front of Cherie, so she'll talk to you. But thank you for coming out. I'm sorry that you're having this happen, and I think it's a good message to get out to the public too, to pick up their litter and their dog matter and everything else. So you're absolutely fine to be here, and thank you for coming out and speaking to this. Okay? Oh, and it is open for clarifying questions. Councillor Kelly?
Lane, good to see you again. I don't think it was clear in your comments. You're talking construction garbage. Yeah, I thought so, but I wanted it to be clear. How long have you lived in this particular house?
March will be 5 years.
And the construction waste issue blowing around, has that been a problem for 5 years, or has it just started? Like, give me your experience, please.
Yeah, it's a recent. So since the development of the apartment buildings that were built around the storm pond, that's when the problem became significantly worse, where it directly affected me. Now, when they were building other parts of that subdivision on the other side of the storm, to the northeast of the storm pond, the ditches are littered with styrofoam, wrappers, garbage from construction materials. Yes, there is littering that happens on the back roads. Everybody's aware. There's 2 mattresses sitting in my ditch right now that somebody threw on my approach. That's a different matter. That's the construction materials and just a general respect for the neighbors of the area. The farm fields, I won't speak for the farmer neighbors, but a sheet of styrofoam going through a combine can be quite costly as well. So there's also that.
Thank you. Maybe just to put administration on the spot a little bit, we have some policy or some guidelines around how construction sites are supposed to be maintained, I think.
Ms. Smith?
Through your worship, that is correct. Within the development agreements, there are terms for how garbage is managed. We have recognized that this has been an ongoing issue, so we are exploring alternative solutions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen, questions of
I more have a question for administration. Thank you for being here. I've witnessed this over in Sienna and different areas that are being built out, especially in South Fort right now. There was a street that I brought to administration's attention that was a disaster for about 2 months this spring. Given that our speaker has delineated the perhaps the lack of resources that are available from municipal enforcement to actively go out and look at adjacent sites. This could be a councillor inquiry, but can we have some information on perhaps, this is you, I'm talking to Janelle, but just perhaps like their proactivity in targeting these specifically high activity home building areas such as his neighbors? Because I certainly would be frustrated as you are, and I do think it's unacceptable and contravenes our community standards bylaw.
Okay, and I'm going to bring this back so that is a great one to ask when we get to councillor inquiries.
Right, I just asked it, yeah.
It is
okay.
outside the scope of this, so when we get to councillor inquiries, you can be prepared to answer that. But in the meantime, you can have a conversation with our general managers, and then the question can be asked and answered through our process. Okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Andrew Usnick, you from Strata Developments. So the process, now did you have an engineer with you here today? No? Okay, I had two names down, but okay.
I'm an engineer, so we're good.
Okay. All right.
One too many of them.
Okay, so you have you state your name, in favor or opposed, and you are held to the same standard of 5 minutes. So, and then questions. So, away you go.
Perfect. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew Usnick with Strata Roseburn LP, and I'm here to speak in favor of the bylaw. There were a number of questions from first reading that I've prepared slides for today, but with only 5 minutes, I will likely only be able to speak to the density item. However, if there's any outstanding questions on these subjects, I will be able to use my slides as an aid in my response. Density. So I understand why a planning document like this needs to be written in a way that's very specific with planning law language, but I think it's going to be helpful to start by defining some of these terms in plain language. These are the easiest ones to wrap your head around. When we're talking about medium density residential, we're talking about townhouse or low-rise apartment. When we're talking about high density residential, we're talking about low-rise or high-rise apartment. And in this particular NSP, when we refer to high density shallow lot, we are referring to the unique and innovative product that was built in South Fort Meadows that is articulated in this document. When we talk about street-oriented medium density, we are talking about townhomes. So what we've observed being built across the region today is usually a townhome range of 45 to 70 units per net developable hectare. So we show ranges like that in the planning document, but for the purposes of calculating a population, we use an average of 50 because that's what we most commonly see being built in Fort Saskatchewan, which makes it the practical number to use for that assumption. Low density is the most nuanced, and this is where most of the conversation was focused at first reading. So low density means semi-detached or duplex, a 2-car single-family home, or a 3-car single-family home. As you can see on the slide, there is a range of densities for each of them based on what we see being built in the region today. The reason we use 25 as the average to estimate the total population in the plan area is because we want a mix of these in our neighborhood. Today, we see a larger market for 3-car single-family garage than duplexes, which is why that 25 value is on the lower side of the range what you see. Rest assured, over 20 years as the neighborhood is built, that number will not be 25 exactly on the nose. That's why an NSP document is fluid. If after 5 years we see low density being built out at 23 or 27, that range would still be matching the intent of the plan and no change would be required. But if in 5 years all the low density is building out at an average of 35, that's going to cause your administration to stop and say we need to amend the NSP. We can either go to council and see if they support building out this neighborhood at a higher density than originally contemplated, or we can make changes to the plan that lower the density elsewhere, so the community is still trending towards that original density. We use the best information we have today to pick a target, but if the market shifts, we need to come back to council to get approval for that first. So there were a few edits made to the stats table after first reading to be able to convey a clearer picture. But keep in mind, the plan did not change. This was just a way of making things easier to communicate. First, the average value of low density was changed to 25. It was 25.5, but we based that on market data on that ratio of triple car garage, and it was agreed that level of detail was too specific since markets will change over time. 25 felt realistic and clear. Second, the range was changed from 25.5 to 45 to shall not exceed 35. Administration had originally requested a range up to 45, as that's what matches the definition of low-density housing in the city's term of reference, which applies to the whole city. So it makes sense that they wanted that consistency between the planning documents, but that obviously caused a lot of confusion to the readers. It was never the intent to build product near 45 in these areas, so admin was agreeable to changing the range for the NSP. So to summarize, when you see a plan like this, what we're saying in plain English is around 70% of the community will be single family with some semi-detached duplex. Around 20% of the community will be townhouse, and around 10% of the community will be apartment and shallow product. To show an additional layer of detail, if council were to approve the NSP today, we would also be discussing a zoning application. What you see on the screen is a sketch illustrating the proposed housing products we'd be bringing on in 25 and 26, which again shows how these housing products align with the designations shown in the NSP. As you can see, the majority of the stage is single family product, but we've balanced that with the goals of the planning department and policy in the city's NDP by still offering a variety of housing products to complement those single family homes to ensure there is a place for everyone.
And
on that note, I will pause and be available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Second, I have to stop this. All right, thank you. So I will open it up for questions. I'm going to take the first question. When we went on the housing tour, the housing symposium tour, and you were touring the neighborhood and we were standing at the intersection, I don't know what the two streets are, but you had talked about the multiple different densities and product that was there. So is that going to be kind of similar to this, where you've reaching the density targets or not meeting the density targets by doing this, but having a multiple units?
Through your worship, yes. I mean, our intent is to always, like, we understand, we always have to balance the benefits of density to a municipality with the market demand. And in Fort Saskatchewan, we very much still see a market demand for larger product. So when we come up with a plan, providing this variety of product allows us to represent those higher density needs and give those different housing products that the market may want or certain segments of the market may want, but the densities essentially offset. I mean, Councillor Kelly in his previous line of questions talked about having that balance where, yes, some of our housing products may be in the higher teen range, but by offering some products, exceeding that, we get to a blended average over the community that fits within that range and provides variety.
Okay. My second question, so I put a notice of motion on, it's coming forward in August. How long is it going to take you to build, I guess, this section out before you get to the next section? And I guess my question really comes to when we talk about the street orientated. If my motion were to be approved later this in August, would you actually come back and look for a readjustment of the street orientated near the traffic circle?
To your worship, yes, I'll use some slides quickly to kind of show that. So administration was able to cover this in their presentation, but one of the outcomes of the dialogue with operations and public works is there was, anytime you pass an NSP, it by definition is also an amendment to the existing ASP. So that gave us an opportunity to update the ASP map as was shown by admin and shown here. So what that really did was, in this plan area, it is bound by two arterial roads. So by making this change, we have removed any street-oriented product directly at the intersection adjacent to these two arterial roads. What we don't know, and what we won't know until council inevitably discusses NDP amendments and eventually passes a policy, is what the direction the group would like to take with the intersection of two-lane roads. So for that reason, we have left this section as planned originally in the ASP, because this is an intersection of two-lane roads. But as you correctly stated, based on where the underground servicing is for this neighborhood, we are at least 5 years away from developing this area. So that gives us the opportunity for council to have the conversation, come up with a clear policy that both ourselves and administration can understand, and that will inform us to make any changes that may be prompted by that, and certainly having more than enough time to make that before development is imminent there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. And Andrew, welcome again. I assure you I understand how averages work. When I looked at the first draft and it said 25 to 45, you're not going to hit an average unless you're aiming at the average. So the aiming point on the first draft was somewhere between 25 and 45 and could have been as high as 45. That caused me concern if that's the aiming point. And I understand that it's going to move over time. I get it that you have to juggle with the market, but at this point in time, when I read 25 on this 4.4, is that your goal? That's your target? Is an average of 25, or is that the sort of the minimum average? Try to be precise. What are you shooting for today?
Through your worship, I would be happy to, Councillor. Yes, 25 is the intent here on what we build this community at. The reason there is the additional layer, which is now shall not exceed 35, is every time we put in an individual subdivision application, that subdivision application is reviewed against the existing policy. So let me articulate a scenario for you. Maybe 1 year, the market is very, very slow, and we're only bringing on 10 lots. If those 10 lots are all duplex lots, they will not be 25. So in isolation, that one application has policy that says it can't exceed 35, but knowing that average is only accumulated over time in aggregate based on the collection of these individual subdivision plans. So yes, just directly, 25 is the target here for the neighborhood. No nuance, no gray area. 25 is the number, but we need to be able to have that extra policy, so whether you're doing 100 lots or 10 lots, you can still follow the intent of what you're trying to get to.
Thank you. I'm not sure this is the correct time, but we have a fiscal impact study as part of this. Can you speak to that as well? Are you prepared to? And it might not be your bailiwick, Andrew, and I'm good if it is not.
Through your worship, Councillor, I have slides prepared for that, so I would love to chat about it.
You would love to? Perfect. I gotta stress, I'm dismayed that to develop a 60-acre, 60-hectare part of Fort Saskatchewan is going to cost the entire city of Fort Saskatchewan, every existing residential property here, another estimated 2.2% per year into infinity. So can you talk about that a bit? Please.
Yes, and just for the benefit of all council, I'm going to kind of start with first principles. So in a municipal tax base, there are three classes: industrial, commercial, and residential. Typically, industrial taxes are a net positive to the tax base. They pay higher rates and they require a lower level of service from the city. Industrial doesn't require recreation investment, it has lower snow removal costs, and sometimes has their own private emergency services on site. Commercial taxes are also typically a net positive. While they too pay a higher rate, they require a moderate level of service, police, boulevard cutting, etc. Residential development is commonly a negative net on the tax base. Despite paying a lower rate compared to commercial and industrial, the level of the service associated cost is much higher. A fiscal impact analysis compares the tax impacts of a new proposal to the entire existing tax base. Any new neighborhood that is primarily residential will show a negative tax impact compared to an existing city that has a significant industrial and commercial component. That being said, residential is still an important component to the city's tax base. Your economic development team will confirm that one of the most important considerations for existing and new investment in industrial development is housing options nearby for workers and their families. For commercial development, adjacent residential is fundamental to creating a trade zone for a business to be able to provide products and services, especially now post-COVID, when businesses need more people close than ever to be able to thrive. That's why as a municipality, you need all three. You need a good balance of them. Fort Saskatchewan is among the highest in the region for percentage of industrial tax base, which makes Fort Saskatchewan in a favorable position than most. But if you were to take West Park or South Fort Estates and go through this exact same assignment for an FIA, those neighborhoods will be showing the same negative because in isolation, they are just a residential neighborhood compared to an existing tax base that also features those other components. So why does the municipality go through the exercise of doing an FIA for a new residential neighborhood? It's important to note this work is done by the city's consultant that also created the financial model for the city. If the output was something that was uncommon or concerning, they would be able to highlight that and recommend next steps. While a residential neighborhood may show a negative impact, it's important for the city's consultant to conclude it still falls within the expected range, which based on the city's consultant they have for the Northeast Roseburn NSP. It also helps it also helps encourage non-residential land uses in locations where they're more appropriate. So for example, while it may not make sense to have industrial and big box commercial in the Roseburn Northeast section, it may make more sense for those uses to be along Highway 21, where commercial can benefit from high visibility traffic and perhaps light industrial can benefit from the ease of access to major transportation infrastructure to support logistics.
That helps, Andrew. Thank you. It struck me as a bit of a surprise, not, I guess, unexpected with little thought, but it requires an explanation. For
absolutely,
sure.
and Councillor, the FIA has been a newer process being introduced into most municipalities, and usually on the first application that comes forward, that exact question's asked. So now that this is the first one for Fort Saskatchewan, it's a very fair and very fair comment and an important conversation to have.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Macon, questions?
Yeah, my question is actually just on the street-oriented corners intersection that was discussed earlier. So just in comparison, there is an intersection north of the Leslie McMillan Park, Meadowview Drive, and Greenfield Link, which was just recently developed in the last few years. And all four corners of that are street-oriented housing. Have you find or had feedback that there was any issues with sale of these homes or the flow of that neighborhood or traffic due to all four corners having the street-oriented product?
Through your worship, the councillor, no, actually that intersection, I mean, certainly we hear resident complaints directly, and that is one that we've never encountered in that specific location. And you're right, all four corners there are developed out with residential. So it would be an example of a two-lane crossing a two-lane that is a bit of a litmus test. Which is why, you know, in this plan, we are comfortable with it. We understand if in the future council makes the policy decision that they're not comfortable with the two lanes, but it is fundamentally different than a four-lane intersecting a two-lane in terms of safety, traffic, snow storage, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blissard.
Yeah, just one thing. You heard the concerns about blowing garbage. So is there anything you could do on your part, whether it's initially when you're clearing the land and getting the base stuff down, it wouldn't be much, but as apartments get built or townhouses or something, could you require a builder to put up, like even a snow fence would contain some of that?
Through your worship, councillor, yes, I mean, we certainly take those steps and still struggle with that every day and every year. Bylaw requires builders to have garbage disposal on an active build. I would be honest in saying that your bylaw group would be very familiar with me, as I have sometimes called bylaw on our own builders for not providing that. We actually also employ the Robin Hood Association. Their clients do work for us in terms of cleaning up the site because, again, on windy days, even if things are in the right bin, they get conveyed. So they've been a big help to our team. We also employ a maintenance contractor, MIDA, who does street cleaning and general debris pickup. And in terms of the apartment complex, I mean, that area is fully fenced off with metal fencing, but still, I would absolutely agree with the gentleman who spoke earlier that sometimes wind conveys it and it becomes a nuisance for other people. So I wish I had a concrete solution to you that says I would be able to deal with 100% of this, but it's something that it's mindful for us, and we do definitely take the steps. And sometimes we have observed our own contractors and certainly the other builders not following the procedures we have in place, and it's frustrating, but that will be something that we continuously battle with.
Well, I'll say thank you for doing what you can.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen, questions?
That was going to be one of my questions, but yeah, I just want to make a comment that employing resources of the cities, you know, to be put towards what is ultimately your responsibility is a little bit disheartening, and we have very limited resources with municipal enforcement right now. So that thank you for that comment and the action that you're taking. I wanted to ask just one small question about the architectural goal of this neighborhood in terms of the architecture and housing type. I was recently off Y Road. There's Salisbury Village, or Salisbury Way, and I think the neighborhood has got. Anyway, there's about a dozen housing types within. I'm guessing about 4 city blocks, and it is. I would say it's beautiful what they've done with the frontage of these houses. So what do you do on your end to encourage this, like not only diversity of housing types, but a diversity of an array of architectural appeal from the streetscape frontage point of view?
Through your worship, councillor, that's a good question. We have architectural controls in our neighborhood. In certain neighborhoods, we have a specific architectural theme, and builders need to stick to that. What we've proposed for Roseburn is no specific architectural theme, but instead expectations for building materials, colors, and more or less providing the parameters so builders can provide different housing styles, but each of them needs to be done in a way that looks good. So as you said, it complements it. Like for me personally, I prefer a streetscape with variety, and variety is truly achieved when you have different architectural styles, but you need to be able to make sure that whether you're doing craftsman or traditional or a modern elevation, like you're not cutting corners with it, it all looks good in together as long as you don't have a lemon built.
So essentially you're saying it's a free-for-all in this neighborhood. In a way, that's a euphemism. Thank you.
I mean, but I would say that's.
I think you're in the right direction, because how many neighborhoods in Fort Saskatchewan have this have this degree of liberty with architecture from home builder design point of view, and obviously you've employed or allowed selective home builders to come into your neighborhoods, which I've seen before. So anyway, a couple more comments, but you know, if you like, but I look forward to seeing this.
I just think this. Yes, I think for us it's a little bit more work on our end. I don't think there's a right or a wrong way. If you have a vision for a community that is very strict on one architectural style, I've seen that done very well, and it's great. Yeah. This is just a different approach. It requires a little more work on our end, balancing those different styles and making sure that they work together. But that's what I think the approach we've taken here, and I'm comfortable with it.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly on round 2. Questions?
A couple quick ones. Andrew, the land use bylaw also has stipulations regarding elevations and exterior finishes, and those are discussed at the permitting stage, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect, thank you. We have coming this afternoon bylaw 1525, Roseburn redistricting. Are you going to be around for that?
Through your worship, councillor, that is my intent, yes.
Because I have questions. If you're coming back, I'm good to fly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's all the questions that we have. You can tell everybody's anxious for lunch. So I will ask if there's anybody else who wishes to come and speak in favor or opposed to this bylaw. Calling the last time, no. So I'll invite Scott and Cherie to come back. So any final questions of administration? Councillor Harris?
No.
No? Okay. Not seeing any. If that's the case, then I will close the public hearing at 12:17 and go into business arising from the public hearing. Go ahead.
Right. So yes, with that, we are making the recommendation that council does amend bylaw C12-25 and that council gives second and third reading to bylaw C12-25.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, I see you're still on there.
Yeah, I was prepared to put those motions on the floor when they come forward.
Sure.
Unless Councillor Blizzard would really prefer to do it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I would move that council amend bylaw C1225 by replacing table 2 with revised table 2 in appendix A of July 8, 2025 regular council meeting.
Thank you. Do you need to speak to that?
I do not. I think we've had a fruitful discussion today with this particular public hearing input.
Okay, is there any discussion and debate on this one? Not seeing any, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. You can proceed.
I know we normally do this, but I'd be prepared to cede the floor to anybody else who wants to move second or third reading going forward.
Councillor Blizzard, did you want to do it? Just go ahead.
Okay, well, if
Let's
that's the
move it
case, I
along.
would move that council give second reading to bylaw C1225.
As presented. Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it further?
Nothing more needs to be said.
Anything further on discussion and debate? Not seeing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you.
And finally, third reading. I would move that council give third reading to bylaw C1225 as identified in our council report.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to speak anything further on it?
No, I'm just glad to see that we're moving ahead with this. The developers got the confidence in our community to make a buck and develop our new annexed area going forward. And this is a good start, and I'm glad to see we're moving in the right direction to meet the needs of a growing community.
Thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. I'm just going to make one comment, and it comes back to the housing tour that we took. I can't remember, was that this year or last year? I think it was last year. Anyway, when we had everybody from the region that was touring, it was very incredible to be at the intersection and have Mr. Usnick talk about that there's three-car garage product on this side. There were 0 lot lines on this side. There was townhouses over here, and there was shallow lots in this project. And it was all based on the intersection. People were in awe, and they were wondering how we were able to accommodate that within our land use. And I guess my comment was that City Council or administration does work to ensure that we do have diversity in our community and that we are upholding, some of the densities, but just making sure that we still have excellent products. And when we walked through those, just about every unit, there was already people living in them. So it spoke to the fact that there was need for that kind of diversity. So I will give you accolades on that tour because people were so impressed, and we stood on that intersection and it was like, okay, everything's here. So I trust going forward we're going to see excellent product coming out of you as well. Those are my comments. Not seeing anything on close. You're good. For third reading, please cast your vote. The motion is closed. And that is carried unanimously. Now, I know I can't hold anybody back to do the next one, so we will take a lunch break. We have some excellent restaurants. It's 12:21. We need about 45 minutes. Is that good for people? So 110, 110? That should, yeah, 110 should be good. Back in your seats. Thank you. Okay, we will get started. It is 1:10. We will come back from our recess and start with the next item, which is the second public hearing for bylaw C15-25, Roseburn redistricting, public hearing, second and third reading. Same process as before. Administration will present to us, and anybody wishing to ask questions of them may do so. Then anyone wanting to speak in favor or opposed will have that opportunity and to be asked any questions. Then administration comes back if there's any final questions, and if there isn't, I'll close the public hearing and we'll go to business arising from the public hearing. So I'll open the public hearing at 1:10. Welcome, Scott and Cherie.
Thank you, and good afternoon. So my name is Scott, and I'm here with Cherie, and we're presenting a brief summary of bylaw C15-25 to amend the land use bylaw in order to introduce a new special district and to redistrict lands within the Roseburn area. So for the outline of the presentation, I'll start with a brief overview of the location. Next, what the proposed amendment entails, information about the area that is being redistricted, and the new proposed special district. Then we'll discuss administration support, and finally we'll talk about the public hearing, the communication process. So to begin, on April 7th, 2025, Alterra, on behalf of Strata Roseburn General Partner Inc., applied to amend the land use bylaw to introduce a new special district and to redistrict lands. The amendment area is located within the Roseburn community on part of Northeast 1854-22 west of the 4th Meridian. This is located south of Southridge Boulevard and west of 92nd Street. The purpose of this application is to redistrict lands for residential development, stormwater management facility area, and community park space. So this amendment proposes the introduction of a new special district called Northeast Roseburn Residential Special District, or NRRS for short. The applicant is proposing this special district in order to include diverse housing options, including traditional single detached, semi-detached, townhouses, and shallow lot high-density housing with separate upper and lower units in the form of duplexes and multi-attached housing. Further, this amendment will redistrict land to the new NRRS district. Additionally, lands will be redistricted to the PR, or Parks and Recreation District, and to the PU, Public Utility District, in order to accommodate the community park and stormwater management facility mentioned earlier. So this application proposes a special district where you limit the application of the district to a specific area and not to any other areas of the city. In this case, the NRRS district will only apply to the Roseburn area. The district proposes a variety of housing types as identified by the Roseburn ASP and NSP. Again, including the single detached housing with zero lot lines, semi-detached housing, duplexes, and multi-attached housing. So the single detached and semi-detached, which can be seen in tan, yellow, and orange, can be kind of found throughout the area shown on the map here, throughout here, and the semi-detached here and here. These are largely comparable to the RC, or the Comprehensively Planned Residential District. The zero lot lines are proposed within the dark yellow, which can be seen down here, and will be limited to the area shown on the map. This district allows for townhouses on 28-meter depth lots, shown in the pink area, here, and here, and is similar to the FRSO district or the Forest Ridge Street-oriented district. And finally, it introduces shallow lot high-density residential with duplexes and multi-attached housing that ranges from 22 to 28 meter site depth, which is shown in the purple in the northeast corner here. Just as a note, this map is zoomed in into the specific redistricting area for better readability, and it does not show the NSP area in its entirety. So regarding conformance with other planning documents, this land use bylaw amendment complies with the MDP, the Roseburn ASP, and the just recently noted Northeast Roseburn NSP. So based on the details of the proposed district, administration supports the amendment application due to conformance with the policies of the MDP, the Roseburn ASP, and the Northeast Roseburn NSP. The proposed special district demonstrates and aligns with the MDP policies through overall layout, housing diversity with inclusive and market affordable choices, street-oriented development, and accessible park design for all residents. So the notice of public hearing was advertised in the Fort Record for 2 consecutive weeks. Notices were mailed out to the property owners within the plan or the redistricting area, and notice of the proposed bylaw and public hearing was posted to the city's website and social media accounts. And it is being recommended that Council give second and third reading to bylaw C15-25 to amend the land use bylaw. And with that, that is my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just a reminder, we are in a public hearing, so it is just clarifying questions. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any clarifying questions. You did such a good job on the first one. Oh, Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I'm a bit slow in the draw. There's a comment in your materials regarding, it's on page 175 of our package. Generally discussing whether or not there should be some sort of registration on title for the multi-floor attached product, regarding how we pay for common things like roof repair. And your comment is, if this service level increase is pursued, it should apply to all future separately titled attached dwellings and not only to the proposed dwellings within the NRRS district. I don't understand that comment because we've created the NRRR district, S district, for specific provisions. So why should, obviously not everything that applies to NRRS applies to all future development. Why would this one thing, would you recommend that this one thing apply to all future development?
Through your worship, so this, the intention of the agreements is, as we kind of alluded to in first reading there, was the maintenance and kind of like upkeep of the building and structure. If we're to enforce that onto one multi-attached or one sort of type of development in one area, one developer, it wouldn't then be prudent to have that applied throughout the entire city area.
When we first allowed zero lot lines in the city of Fort Saskatchewan, we allowed them in specific examples for specific developers for a specific number. Why could we not do that here? What's prohibiting us from making this thing specific to one development to see if it's acceptable, if it is an acceptable product?
Through your worship, if I could jump in here. With that comment, the thought was that the townhouses and the semi-attached in this area won't be different from townhouses and semi-attached that are built in other areas. So if this is a standard that you want to impose, then we were questioning why it would apply to only this area and not the community as a whole. You could absolutely apply it to only this area if that's where you wanted to go. We just didn't recognize the houses as special in this area.
Janelle, it's always been a concern of mine. What caught my attention with this district is it the first that I'm aware of, and maybe I missed something in the last 8 years, where we have duplexes, actually a fourplex with 2 units above and 2 units below, as opposed to 4 units side by side. And I think that creates a special situation that perhaps requires special thought.
So, Your Worship, we do have similar products where there's 4 units side by side. The difference here is that the access is from the outside, where those other units you access the lower units through the garage. So I would consider it comparable to what we have. There is a minor difference.
And accessing through the garage is separately titled?
None of these units are separately titled.
So it's not the same.
Well, it's 4 units overall in the building, 2 titles, which is the same as the similar product on Greenfield Link.
I'm trying to be clear. I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to be clear. You have above and lower, but the above and lower on each side are one title. This product, as I understand it, has upper and lower for 4 separate titles.
Through Your Worship, you are correct that it's above and lower on one title on Greenfield Link, as in this new area as well. 2 titles, 4 units.
Mr. Fleming?
Just through Your Worship, these are the same as the other ones. The developer is going to come forward and explain, but there's a unit on the top and then there's a rental unit on the bottom. One owner owns both units on each side.
That's the explanation I was looking for, and it wasn't clear to me. I'm sure when Mr. Yusnik gets up here, we can hear some more on that, because I don't know, maybe I missed it in this material, but I didn't see that. It shows 4 units.
I think we're describing them as units, but it's really think of it as a duplex with a basement suite. I think that's my understanding.
It wasn't clear. I'll look for the clarity in this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that appears to be all the questions. So I'll have you take your seat. And Mr. Yusnik's the only one who has pre-registered. Once again, I'll have you come forward, state your name if you're in favor or opposed. And
where am I finding? Same one, yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew Yusnik with Strata Roseburn LP, speaking in favor of the bylaw. I will just dovetail right into the conversation we were just having. So that's correct. So this is an overview of the units from the top. So every individual lot has 1 title and 1 owner. However, there are 2 units in there. There is no internal connection between the 2 units. So the line of questioning made absolute sense if there was 2 separate titles there, because then you need a mechanism to cover maintenance between the upper and lower units. But in this case, it is the same owner, so the responsibility falls on that one owner for operations and maintenance of the units. I will keep it brief. I anticipate there'll be some more questions, and probably will be easier to explore this a little further through questions. So I will pause there.
Okay, I'm going to take you off my timer then. Councillor Abatoye, you're first on clarifying questions.
Thank you. Hi, Andrew. I have 2 quick questions for you. The first one is, why have you chosen to just have single detached garages in this area? Is that due to demand, or is that for because of affordability?
Through your worship to the councillor, so just to clarify, are you specifically speaking to the high density, the high shallows, or the entire?
I'm speaking specifically about the single family units you have here. They are all single detached garages, and I'm wondering why you have just that for single families rather than attached garage.
So, just to be clear, the diagram that's on the screen right now. Mm-hmm. The overwhelming majority of these products are double car and triple car garages.
Right. But are the garages detached or attached?
Both. So in this case, the only area with a detached garage would be the 0 lot line single detached. If you can see my cursor here, you know, where you see these, you know, the paler color of yellow, those are all front attached garages.
Okay, because when I look at the what's it called at the bottom, the colors that kind of show it's all, it only says single detached, right? And so that's where I just assumed that it was all single detached. Okay, so there's a mix there.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for clarifying.
It can be confusing to
Yeah,
even
so you see what I'm talking about? Just the glossary at the bottom where it says this color is for single detached, and so that's where I kind of assumed that was what that was. And my second question is, can you build a 3 garage car in the 22 building pockets?
Through your worship, Councillor, I've never seen that, no.
Exactly. So, because I'm seeing that here, based on the information that have been provided, it says that that's the building pockets for these properties.
Specific to the shallow property, yes, but in terms of the lot depths, the lot widths, for example, in the area shown as 2 to 3 car, like those building pockets get up to 40. Okay. The reason we say 2 to 3 cars there is because you could build a triple car garage on that width. However, certain people will purchase a wider lot and they still just want a double car garage, but perhaps they want to do an oversized bungalow, or perhaps they want a larger yard. So while those lots, as we show them here, have the ability for a triple based on their width, the market still decides if, like I said, there's a lot of cases where if someone wants a larger size bungalow, the site coverage on a narrow lot just doesn't work for the square footage they're looking for. So in that case, they purchase the wider lot. They make the decision based on how many vehicles they have in their house, whether they would do a triple or a double.
Right. Okay, just a final question, and it's kind of connected to my previous question, is, so what would be the minimum building pocket for a 3-car garage?
In my experience, I would say 32. I have seen examples in Edmonton where they have done it before, that smaller than that, but respectfully, I would not call that a triple car garage in its truest sense.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, just to finish the conversation on the fourplexes, could you put that slide back up that you had? Thank you. Did I miss it? Was that section in red, 1 title, 1 owner, 2 suites, was that in the package and I missed it?
Through your worship, Councillor, no, that's just part of my presentation, just so that it's...
Okay, thank you. I thought maybe I missed
I like
something.
illustrating things that are very plain.
Well, that makes it pretty obvious, and I appreciate that, which does remove most of my concerns.
Thank you.
What's the requirement for fire escape and or fire protection, smoke/carbon monoxide, maybe sprinkler systems when it comes to buildings like this? Is it required for this type of building?
Through your worship, Councillor, I'll be honest, building code is not my strength. I know that there is different provisions in the building code when you have a legal suite. In this case, like there are examples of unpermitted secondary suites, and I would assume that those builders build to the code that isn't actually appropriate for what they're doing. In this case, because these are legal suites that are identified from the start, there is a separate building code for that. I can't speak to the exact specifics of the fire restrictions, but I know in terms of the structure that's separating the 2 units, it's different, and those considerations are there, but I would have to consult a builder to be able to articulate better what that means.
Let's assume that we're talking about the legal suites that actually read the rules and comply.
Yep.
And I think you touched on my next question. If you have side-by-side adjoining, there's a fire-rated wall that separates the 2 units, and there's a construction process for that. When you have 2 units by design, one above the other, is there any requirement to have fire protection or retarding materials between the units, some buried in the floor somehow?
Yes, that's correct. So on a traditional, there's a different building code for the vertical wall, but in this case, there would also be different for the horizontal wall as well.
There is?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, that looks like all the questions. We are in a public hearing right now. Thank you. Everybody's so excited. Thank you very much for coming out today. So I'll invite administration. Okay, so if there's any further questions of administration, not seeing any, I will close the public hearing at 1:30 and we'll go into business arising from the public hearing.
All right. Yes. So.
Okay, they've put a recommended motion on. Go ahead, unless you have questions.
You want the motion now?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that good enough up there, or do you want this whole thing read?
As you can
Okay.
say as presented.
As that count, I make a motion. Oh, there you go. That council gives second reading to bylaw C15-25 to amend land use bylaw C23-20 as presented.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, I think this is necessary for the next stage of this development, and I look forward to seeing it. This is why we did the annexation, is to allow development on land that we needed. That's it.
Okay, thank you. The motion is open for discussion and debate. Not seeing or hearing any. Anything on close? You're good. Motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. You may proceed.
I make a motion that council give third reading to bylaw C15-25 to amend land use bylaw C23-20 as presented.
Thank you. Anything further to speak to it? Thank you. Open for discussion and debate. Not seeing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Scott and Cherie. All right. Moving right along, we will go to new business, capital project 24016, aquatics project design and construction budget amendment. Brad Babiak, Grant Schaefer, and I see Joey. Got the whole crew here. You want this motion? Okay, welcome to the project team. All right, and I assume Joey, our brother, is presenting. All right, just push your button and you can.
Okay, good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. My name is Joey Fairbrother. I'm a Senior Engineering Coordinator, and I'm joined today by Grant Schaefer, Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering, Brad Babiak, Director of Culture and Recreation, and then Kayla Dow, DCC Expansion Project Coordinator. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide Council with information regarding the aquatics planning and construction project and to request a decision regarding construction funding. First, I'd like to go through a timeline of events that brought us to today's presentation. In 2023, administration completed a three-phase indoor recreation infrastructure service level review to assess the city's indoor recreation needs. Based on the review's recommendations, Council approved design funding for a 52,000 square foot aquatics expansion at the Dow Centennial Center as part of the 2024 capital budget. On February 13th, 2024, Council directed administration to add a question on support for a new aquatics facility to the 2024 municipal census. The results showed support for the aquatics project. On June 25th, 2024, Council amended the 2024 capital budget from $2 million to $5.4 million for design and approved a borrowing bylaw to provide funding for phase one of the project. Council also directed administration to complete further public engagement on the potential leisure amenities. In December of 2024, a design and construction team was procured, and in January 2025, design work started on the started to validate the project. Then on April 8th, 2025, administration presented options on the scope of the proposed aquatics facility, specifically regarding the addition of aquatics features and potential site improvements for the Dow Centennial Center. 4 options were presented to council, with each option having a budget range. Council directed administration to proceed with option 4, enhanced aquatic features and long-term site improvements, with an estimated budget of $70 million to $72 million. So that brings us to today, as the design and construction team has validated that the aquatics facility can be constructed within the scope and budget range of option 4. So the next few slides, I'll just outline the scope of the project, starting with the site improvements. So two new parking lots will be added to the DCC site. The new south parking lot will function as the primary parking lot for the aquatics facility, and the west parking lot will add additional parking for staff, the theater, and replace some of the parking stalls that need to be removed for the ring road. A new ring road in the northwest parking lot will be constructed with curb and gutter. This ring road will create a defined road that will connect Towncrest Road to the existing road at the north of the building that connects to 84th Street. New water, sanitary, power, and gas services will be brought to the new aquatics facility. The existing ditch will be filled in, and a pipe storm system will be added to the parking lots that will outlet to the existing storm pond. New lighting will be added to the ring road and parking lots. The existing half signal for pedestrian at 84th Street will be upgraded to full traffic signals. And then landscaping to the parking lots and green spaces will be added. The new aquatics facility will feature numerous amenities for all age groups. Amenities include a 10-lane lap pool, leisure pool, top pool, hot pool, sauna and steam room, water play structure, spectator and parent viewing, a new multi-purpose room, cold plunge, a lazy river, 2 water slides, a drop slide, a 1 meter and 3 meter diving board, climbing wall, a relaxation area, and a suspended obstacle course. The aquatics facility will also include female and male change rooms, along with a universal change room. There will be staff spaces for changing, a kitchen, offices, and a guard office, which is accessible from the pool deck. There are multiple storage spaces, a technical corridor, and mechanical, electrical, and IT rooms. Work will also include integration into the DCC. There will be a new south entrance and lobby that will connect to the existing lobby and north entrance. The existing front desk will be relocated to create sight lines with a new reception desk. A new multi-purpose room in the new lobby area will be created, and there will be new washrooms accessible from the lobby. The design and construction team was aware of future expansions, especially a new arena, which has been taken into consideration into the design of the new entrance and lobby. Future proofing will be done as much as feasibly possible. The city has selected an integrated project delivery, or IPD, as the model for design and construction. IPD is a collaborative approach to project delivery by which key parties involved in the design and construction are joined together under a single agreement. All major consultants, contractors, and trades are brought in at the beginning of the project and have input on the design, budget, and construction, thereby leveraging the expertise of all these parties throughout the project. This model reduces risk as all parties share in the risk and reward and are therefore incentivized to work together to reduce waste, inefficiencies, and find innovative solutions to problems. The city has procured a team of consultants and contractors that are familiar with IPD and complex projects, and together with the city, a strategy to mitigate risks has been developed. This includes the development of a risk register, which is a dynamic document that tracks all identified risks, puts a dollar value and probability to the risk. The risk register helps develop mitigation strategies to reduce or eliminate risk and is monitored and updated throughout the life of the project. This document is the basis for the contingency amount in the project budget. Early identification is another way the team plans to mitigate risk. A geotechnical report has been completed so the team understands the soil conditions and the water table and can design around these constraints. We've had meetings with Alberta Health Services, the city's building inspections group, fire, and planning, where we presented the design to see if there are concerns or other considerations we have not thought of. Meetings with these groups will continue throughout the project. The team has completed hydrant flow tests to confirm water pressure for fire suppression systems, and an energy model has been developed. These are just some examples of the work that's been completed to date to mitigate the risks once we get to construction. The project budget of $72 million consists of the cost of the work as well as the contingency and profit. The current budget estimate of the project is $73.5 million, but the project team, which currently consists of 8 companies, have all committed to completing the project for $72 million and is putting a portion of their profit at risk. The project team is confident that the cost can be driven down through target value design, and over $1 million of opportunities have been identified already and will be explored further in detailed design. The poly-party contract that will be signed, if funding for construction and the borrowing bylaw passes all 3 readings, will be for $72 million. The project team has developed a strategy to manage the impacts of tariffs. The team will look to procure equipment and material early in the project. We will look at alternate sources that are local or tariff exempt. Transparent communication will also be key to identifying early warning signs about price shifts and develop strategies before they impact the budget or schedule. IPD is much stronger in transparency and open communication as the team is incentivized to work together to solve problems as they affect all team members, not just one company. The team has also done work to identify materials and equipment that could be subject to future tariffs. This amount is approximately $5.27 million, and the team has set aside a separate $250,000 specifically for future tariffs. This amount is part of the $72 million budget and will be managed by the city. Finally, it is important to point out that if there is a current tariff on material or equipment, this has already been incorporated into the cost estimate. Also, the cost estimate and contingency includes cost escalations. So for example, the tile work for the pool will occur later in the project, so the cost escalation of the material has been accounted for in the budget estimate. There are risks to any construction project, and these risks need to be managed throughout the life of the project. The project team will use these strategies and their previous experience with complex projects to manage the risk. The new aquatics facility will impact the DCC and surrounding site. A traffic impact assessment has been completed to better understand these impacts. One of the recommendations from the study was to upgrade the lights at 84th Street from the half signals for pedestrians to a full set of traffic signals. A parking study was also completed to understand the parking requirements for a new pool and the site overall. A stormwater management study has also been completed to ensure the existing dry pond can handle the additional flows. The stormwater study also looked at the site if there was future expansion at the DCC. Consultation with other city departments regarding the site plan has occurred to understand current constraints and how the new pool could impact the site. Through this consultation, the design of the ring road was developed. Construction is estimated to take 28 months and will have an impact to the site and surrounding area. The project team has developed a logistics plan that will be refined throughout the project. The logistics plan identifies staging and delivering areas, traffic flow, and on-site movement. Emergency access and egress routes have been developed for the construction site, but also for the existing DCC, as the existing building will be operational throughout construction. Existing egress routes from the soccer pitch and arena will be maintained at all times. Pedestrian and user safety will be managed at all times, especially when work occurs in the existing DCC lobby. Dust and noise measures such as water sprays, acoustic barriers, and noise dampening equipment will be used. The team will work with the DCC and the theater to schedule work that creates a lot of noise or vibration at times when there are no major events. The key to all these measures will be constant communication with the DCC, theater, surrounding area, and the public. The city has developed the operational budget for the new aquatics facility. The key assumptions that went into developing the operating budget are the new facility will be more than double the square footage of Harbor Pool. Estimated swimming lesson capacity will increase from 5,300 to 9,200 spaces annually. Operating hours will be increased by 9 hours a week. This will match operating hours of the DCC. The city has estimated that the number of annual visits will be approximately 208,000 annually, and a one facility fee structure will be developed. The 2029 operational tax impact is $7,621,692, which includes the debenture payment of $4,117,586. This results in an estimated 12.39% tax impact, or $301.57 for residential, and $1,321.57 for non-residential. The capital project budget will be $72 million, which includes roughly $69 million for design and construction, $2.9 million for contingency, and $250,000 for the tariff-related items. As I mentioned previously, IPD shares in the risk between all poly-party members. Therefore, if there is additional costs during design or construction, the contingency would be used first. If there is no more contingency, the profit would be used. In a worst-case scenario, there is no more profit, the city would be responsible for paying all actual costs, including overhead, but excluding profit. If there are cost savings, the city can add wish list items if it is still feasible to do so. If there are no more wish list items, 50% of the cost savings would go to the city and 50% would go to the project team. Dow Chemical has generously contributed $4.1 million in US dollars, which reduces the required debenture. Contributions will be released when the project reaches certain milestones. It is also important to note that as of 2024, 14% of the city's self-imposed borrowing limit has been utilized. At the June 24th council meeting, it was noted that the city could exceed our internal debt capacity in 2030 or 2031 should all projects in the 10-year capital plan proceed. So for next steps, if funding for construction is approved today, first reading of the borrowing bylaw will occur right after. Second and third reading of the borrowing bylaw would be scheduled for August 26th. The project team would finalize the validation report in August. The team would also procure 3 other poly-party team members that have significant scopes of work on the project. These include concrete, structural, and pool contractors. This is also another strategy to reduce risk on the project by bringing these contractors into the poly-party agreement to share in the risks and rewards of the project. The final agreement will be signed after third reading of the borrowing bylaw, and detailed design would continue from September till April of next year. It is anticipated that construction would start in the spring of 2026 and is expected to take 28 months. So the motion today is that Council amend Capital Project 24016, Aquatics Planning and Construction, by adding $66.6 million to the project budget and authorize construction of the facility, and further that the project be funded by debenture. And yeah, that's the end of the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump in there first. In your slides, you said Dow was 4-point-some million US, but wasn't it 5.7 US? That was my understanding.
To your worship, the 4.1 million US is specifically for design and construction. The overall amount was 5 million US, but that included $900,000 towards the Access for Everyone program. So that's why it's not included in here in terms of reducing our debenture.
Okay, I thought that was on top of that.
Unfortunately not.
Okay, and if you can go back to the impact slide that you had, I just have a question on that. So you have a number 5 and a number 7 on there. What are those?
Sure. So number 7 there is where the proposed site trailers would be located for the project, and then number 5 is like a lay down area with some sea cans and just some storage. So they're just specific areas for the construction of the project.
And I just wanted to ask the question because eventually at some point in time there will be a twinning of the arena, so I wanted to make sure that that didn't impact that. So the parking and stuff that's in there, that will be complementary to any future development that happens on the site?
Correct, yeah. The parking to the south of the aquatics facility, like right now, it's primarily for the aquatics facility, but yes, could also accommodate the future arena because we're creating that new south entrance.
Okay. All right, get ready. We got a full list here. Councillor Nguyen, you're first.
I'm ready to read in the motion.
No, but if you wish to put it on, let me know and I'll put your name down for later.
Taking a page out of Councillor Kelly's book.
Okay, I'll put you down that you'd like me to come back to you.
No, I do have a question.
Okay.
After lunch humor never hurt anyone. And so I've asked the question just about research that's potentially been done for ozone and ultraviolet light filtration. I did a quick Google search and looked up the injection system, Venturi injector, ozone generator, and a secondary sanitizer, what you need in this pool. So where are we at with that? A to Z Ozone is one of the suppliers of this type of technology. Are we actively investigating incorporating this as it significantly reduces the amount of chlorine or bromine that will be needed in the pool, which are extremely harsh chemicals?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. We are currently putting in regenerative filters into this aquatic center, and we are adding in, or we've assumed, a UV sanitation system for the secondary sanitation. It's a higher level to the ozone, so it will act to lower those combined chlorines that you're speaking to. Similar to ozone, from the conversations that we've had with the pool specialists thus far, they do recommend us assuming the the UV as it has a higher capital cost. And ozone doesn't necessarily always have the most efficient way to bring down those combined chlorines, and there's not enough research to back it, according to the pool specialist. So the UV sanitation system is often used in aquatic centers as a secondary sanitation system, which again is what we've assumed for this aquatic center.
Okay, so and then with the system that you're proposing, then what is perhaps like the differentiation in percentage of chlorine usage that would be applied compared to a full ozone system, which I'm hearing would have an increased capital cost for the filtration components of the project?
So we're still going to have sanitation. So you're still having to use chlorine in the aquatic center. This just helps to lower the combined chlorines by killing it with a UV light.
Right. And like how much would that be compared to like a full ozone system is I guess what I'm asking. And I know because ozone is not a residual sanitation method. So what, well, I mean, I guess how much benefit are we getting versus how much it would cost to actually get the full meal deal in?
I would have to probably take that back to our design team to ask specifics on the ozone. We just, like I said, we assumed the...
Okay, yeah, thanks for that answer. And then maybe that could just be something emailed to council, because I'm quite curious about that after spending 15 years in a swimming pool full of chlorine.
Through your worship, Councillor Noy, and I think I'll just clarify if I understood you correctly. I think Kayla mentioned the UV is the more expensive option, so that's one of the reasons we're assuming it going forward. So if it's found to go to ozone, it would actually be less expensive. So we're carrying the higher cost being more conservative.
Okay.
So it gives us that flexibility moving forward.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. Okay, a couple questions on the design plans themselves. So for the parking lots, I noticed that the west parking lot and the south parking lot don't actually attach to each other, and that the south one kind of stands alone. And I'm just wondering, from like traffic efficiency wise, I know I'm going to get the question as to why those are not attached and that there's not a road that just goes through there. Why is it designed this way?
Sure. So through your worship to Councillor Macon, when we reached out internally to other departments in this area, there were some concerns brought up about the existing intersection where Greenfield Way there connects to Towncrest Road, and then you have the road that leads through, to the highway, through the RCMP building. Mm-hmm. So part of this design was that we didn't want to congest that intersection anymore by adding accesses or parking lots. So that's why the south parking lot, we were able to utilize Greenfield Way and have the accesses from there further away from Towncrest Road. Also, there's a significant grade change from the south parking lot to the west parking lot. And there's just not enough room between the aquatics facility there and with the grade change to connect those parking lots.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. My next question is just on the moving of the reception area within the existing Dow Centennial. It spoke about taking over the former Dairy Queen space, and I'm just wondering, is there a plan then to add another food service space? Because I know that the feedback that I get is what Arena doesn't have a place that can sell like coffee and Arena food. So I just assume that would come with the remodeling.
Through your worship, that's one of the to Councillor Macon, that's one of the considerations we're giving for the hockey arena in terms of where that future space might be located. Again, this was when we looked at this space, there were some efficiencies in the sight lines, and it actually allows for better viewing of not only the new space, but the existing gym and arena spaces as well. So it gives a little more oversight from the staff for those areas that currently right now they're not able to see, and sometimes we have some issues in those spaces. So that was one of them for sure. But yeah, really we are factoring that into, if an arena is built, we would factor that into that expansion.
And the existing reception area, what do you foresee that looking like then?
Yeah, so that will continue to be office space, because part of the design is to look at removing office space from the fitness space to open that up, given some of the other changes. We are also very constrained there with office space and also storage in the facility overall. So that's why we're maintaining that space and kind of repurposing some of it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris?
Overall, I think this looks really good. I'm quite pleased. But my question is, Strathcona County is currently dealing with a major significant structural issue. I presume it's structural at the Emerald Hills pool. What lessons, if anything, have you learned in relation to what they're having by way of problems with the tiling in that particular facility? Have you had ongoing discussions with anybody technically involved? Because I would presume that that lesson learned should be instructive in relation to what we're going to be doing here in relation to how you're going to be finishing off and dealing with the touch points in the actual pool basin. So what lessons have you learned, and what is going to be different here than what took place in Emerald Hills?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, we did a number of pool tours throughout Alberta. We also had some staff attend a pool in BC while attending a conference. I can't speak to the specific nature of the incidents happening at Emerald Hills, but one of the lessons learned was that we need a technical corridor, which we are including in this aquatics design to ensure that we can access the piping that is located directly on the pool perimeter of the basins. This will help us to be able to see if there's any leaking or to identify any leaking or any issues that are happening around the basins of the pools. So we are adding a technical corridor has been planned along the one side of our basins to mitigate that risk.
Okay, I guess my only observation would be that as long as the lessons learned in that and many other pool operation things is being considered appropriately. But overall, I think what you've done there, and I really like the fact that you're putting a ring road around the parking lot, because it really is a dangerous situation right now. So I'm glad to see that being addressed with this design. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye?
Thank you for your presentation. First of all, just wanted to comment, I really like the IPD method. It just totally makes sense, sharing the risks and the reward. But my first question is regarding the opportunity you say you've identified of cost savings of $1 million. What's the confidence level of that being the case by the end of this project? And a follow-up to that is, while we said that if we end up being under costs, under budgets, whatever is left will be shared between the partners, which makes sense. Will the contingency that's been the $2.9 million contingency that's been included in the budgets, in the total budget, would that also be included in the shared costs amongst the group?
So through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, I guess your first question about opportunities and the $1 million that we've identified, I guess, so far. I'd say there's a high level of confidence because obviously the 8 companies that form the project team are putting up their risk, and they have confidence that these opportunities can be realized throughout detailed design. And just to speak maybe a little bit to Councillor Harris's question earlier, this comes from lessons learned that they have done on recent pools and pools that they are currently constructing, right, where they feel that they have efficiencies through the construction and like I said, lessons learned from that. So there is confidence in that we can realize these costs because again, their profit is at risk if these cost savings can't be found. For your second question, I just brought up this little chart. So the profit would stay the same, right? As long as you don't exceed to your contingency. So it would be like, let's say the project comes in and it's uses 2.7 of the 2.9, so the $200,000, then $100,000 goes back to the city, $100,000 goes back to the project team. So that is where that cost savings is. It comes from the contingency.
Okay. So your expectation is that that contingency is probably likely where that savings will come from.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So I think there'll be a lot of motivation to stay on the budget, don't you think?
There is. Yes.
I love it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Blissard.
All right. Can we talk actually, and I'm not sure who would answer these, but more about the debenture itself. So when we get a debenture, I know I've had a house built in the past where the bank doesn't need all the money or loan you all the money right away because it's stages. So when we get a debenture for the amount, do we get that entirely right away and then just use it up, or do we get it in stages? I don't know who answers that.
There to Mr. Schaefer.
I'll take the first crack at it. My understanding in terms of how we would access those funds is that we draw as we need. So we 2 or 3 times a year as the project hits certain milestones or certain thresholds, we'd make a draw of the debenture to make sure that we have the operating funds to keep moving forward.
So we don't pay interest on it per se of the full amount, or do we right away get based on interest for the full 66 million?
Your worship, to Councillor Blizzard, we'd only pay interest on the money that we borrowed up to that point.
Oh, okay. So that helps a lot. The other thing for the debenture is I really liked, and I know there are people in this room that don't like that idea, but I really liked when we built the Dow Centennial Center to begin with, that it was a separate line with a finish date. Because I liked when my mortgage was paid off, it's done, the payment's done. So a lot of times what's done is it's incorporated into our budget, and then it's like, hey, we've got extra money now because that payment is done. So is there a way we can do that? Consider it, because I would much prefer a separate line.
I'm going to go to Mr. Fleming on that one. You look like you needed a question.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I don't think there's been any direction to do that. It's not administration's intent, but it would probably be pretty simple resolution from council to move forward and do something like that.
Okay, I guess it's something we can look at. I'm not sure if that's my questions. I have others
I can put you on for round 2.
Sounds good.
Okay. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
You bet. Thank you. You make reference under the financial implications, reference 14% of the self-imposed borrowing limit. I'd just like to walk through that for a minute and make sure I understand it. Where we stand right now. So right now we've got about 15 million outstanding debt. The pool we're going to borrow 66 million total. That's the borrowing debenture at the last of this our agenda. But did we not borrow money for the design cost?
Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, through Your Worship, I don't believe we did. I believe we used it was primarily the funds from Dow, and we took out I thought we drew from what do you call it, like a line of credit, and then we used Dow's funds to pay that back. That's my recollection.
That's
nailed it.
Nailed it. Yeah. Okay, so we did in fact borrow, but it's a short term, and as the Dow proceeds are received, we can apply it directly to that loan and
well, we've already received. I think we just received some of the Dow funds, and the rest come in over the next year or two.
Okay, perfect. And Mr. Fleming, for the $27 or $26 million fire hall, how much is the city planning on borrowing for that?
Through Your Worship, I don't know that we've got a financing plan in place for that, but my assumption just at this point would be that it's fully debenture funded.
100%. That's my recollection as well. So if you add those 3 numbers up, and I just want to confirm with yourself that this seems accurate, the existing debt plus the pool at 66 plus the fire hall at 27, and it might be 26, I don't know, brings us to a total of 98 million on our self-imposed debt limit of 105. Does that make sense?
Yeah, through Your Worship, I know there was an analysis of the where we're going to land for debt over the next few years. I think it was when we did the 10-year capital plan. So your numbers sound really close. I know we push right up to the self-imposed 75%. Okay, so if you're within a few million of that, then
we're going to be running it tight. Okay, thank you. One more question, I can sign off and come back on, Mayor Katcher. I don't know if any of you heard the citizen here this morning or earlier today discussing the option for, or the possibility of, I guess, some sort of running track or track over portions of the pool. I think he was imagining the portion of the pool that's not swim pool bowl itself, but the 1-story or whatever section that's primarily administrative rooms. I know it's kind of late in the game because this has already started, but is it possible to have a reasonably quick, inexpensive look at that option? Because it seems to me that if it's viable, now's the time rather than leave it for another 10, 12 years until we build another ice arena. So any quick response on the potential for looking at that?
Yeah. So through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So yes, this was brought to my attention yesterday, and I did have a quick chat with the project and design team just to get their initial thoughts. So I mean, it was too early for them to give a cost estimate with what had been done, but they did identify, I guess, a few challenges or constraints with that location. I mean, cost and schedule are the obvious ones, but emergency exiting, right? When you have a corridor there, so you'd probably need a set of stairs. For exiting, so you probably need one at least in the aquatic center, which hasn't been planned for, and then one on the arena side. Fire separation as well as an issue. So when you're connecting into the track on the soccer pitch, like the way we're considering these buildings right now, it's a separate building, so it has to be fire separated between the two. There's just some structural issues. It's not currently in the design, and tracks, I guess, are notorious for vibration and some of those issues because of the running. There's also some operational considerations that the city would have to consider, and then the current design had it planned for the future arena, which would probably make the most sense for a set of stands and stuff like that. So there are some challenges. I know too that at the beginning of the project we looked at expanding the future track, or just had some initial conversations, and the thought was at that time it would probably make more sense with the future arena instead of going around a pool or an anatorium. So,
okay, it seems reasonable. Did I hear you suggest though that it's part of your thought game process while you're thinking about this, that installing the track on the proposed pool site or the soon-to-be pool that would require a different structural design to the walls or whatever, something to actually support that track that you weren't anticipating? Did I hear that? You talked about vibration, I think, Jeff.
That's correct. Like it would change the existing structural design that we have for the pool, because that track would be going over the change rooms, which is just a one-story part of the building. The rest of the building, like the natatorium and the mechanical room, is all 2 stories. Okay. So it would change the existing structural design that we have.
I'm good with that response. Thank you.
Sorry, through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I would just elaborate too that part of what we're proposing this summer is to do a Culture Rec Parks master plan. And one of the things that would be looked at is overall recreation things, including fitness. So it may make sense at that point that if fitness overall is looked to be expanded, that would be another opportunity to integrate a track into that versus trying to put it into the project at this point. And it may be a standalone project moving forward, or it could be incorporated into the arena. So that's something we've also been giving thought to.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Nguyen. We're on round 2.
Okay, so just picking up on that, because within a few months, it seems like we could be at 50 to 60% design for the facility. So waiting for the facilities master plan might escalate the cost even further if something like that, say, was going to be passed by the next council, proposed and passed by the next council.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, I'll start off and Joey and Grant jump in. I think the recommendation would probably be to treat it as a separate project rather than to treat it as a pool project. Because if it was to be expanded, we would look at the whole site, potentially where the current fitness center is, and if it could be expanded off of that, rather than building it into the pool, which again, Joey's indicated is a separate building. And again, currently not set up to accommodate that. So I think it's adding quite a bit more to that project. From both, like Joey said, a schedule and a timing piece. So if we wanted to do an expansion, I think it would be well to treat it as its own project.
And then so where could you envision a piece of infrastructure like this in the Dow facility? I'm just trying to get my head around what could potentially happen in the future. Obviously a new arena, but that might be a ways out.
Yeah, there was a 2020, I believe it was 2020, there was a study of the DCC that looked exactly at that, including that fitness piece being, I guess, further building off where the current fitness is and looking at building it in, I believe it's above the gymnasium or the gymnasium. Flex Hall. So yeah, there has been some initial planning previously that would get further looked at. So there is some opportunities within the existing building without trying to put it into the pool project at this time.
Fair enough. My first question, that was an addendum to.
No, that's your question.
I had a question about the roadway network and if it was considered to bypass. Yeah, thanks. If you can bring it up, to bypass our RCMP station with basically a secondary road on that berm connecting Veterans Way to Towncrest Road, because I could see that as being a main access and a direct access off Highway 21 to the aquatics facility instead of having to come off near the Shell station down Towncrest Road or access it at the 7-Eleven. I forget what that road is.
Yep. So through your worship to Councilor Nguyen, we did look at that, and as I mentioned, we have done a traffic impact assessment on the site. The issue with creating another access to the highway from the ring road is the spacing on the highway. You have the existing right in, right out, and then you have the set of lights at 84th Street. And so the spacing per our standards would not allow another access to be put in there.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about an intersection. I was just talking about a northbound access. So the right of way is already there and the road would have to just bypass the RCMP station. What I was thinking about was traffic that could be generated through the parking lot of the RCMP station of people who just want to access unless we mess around with Google Maps and show people that's not an access point.
Right, and the RCMP did bring that up as well as an issue. As part of the parking study and the traffic impact assessment, we went out and actually did traffic counts, and as part of that, it didn't show a shortcutting issue through the RCMP station. Now, talking to them, it sounds like the issue is when the high school gets out. So there's that short period of time when the high school gets out, and then there might be more vehicles that shortcut through the RCM parking lot. But other than those times when we did the counts, it didn't show a shortcutting issue.
Which is what we're seeing right now. But if there's a big sign for an aquatics facility in the future, people could think that's a great way to go. That's a comment. Thanks.
Councillor Blizzard.
First one more about the debenture. So are they normally 20-year? And when we get a debenture? I think they are.
Through your worship, Councillor Blizzard, right now we are planning for a 30-year debenture.
30-year?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I won't ask for that. And the other thing, track expansion, I get where it's coming from. I get where you're coming from, that we wouldn't do it now, but it is planned then in the future to have an expansion at some point, right? I guess. Through
your worship, Councillor Blizzard, it's a consideration, as we go through our next master plan to see about the fitness space overall. I was going to say we've always considered the track part of the fitness space, so we haven't considered it as a unique feature, but more of a part of a package, and so that is definitely being considered.
Yeah, and I think we can assure him that it's coming in the future, but at this point it's not really feasible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Macon. Okay, you guys shifted on there, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. Just on the track again, what is the feasibility of us being able to actually get an accurate number of individual users who use the track? Because I think that the numbers that are being portrayed as how many people use this track, I think can be skewed by the survey saying, well, this many people like to walk. I walk. I never use the indoor track, even in the middle of winter. I walk outside. So how is there a way for us to get an accurate count of actual individual users? I know that's tough.
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, in 2024, we had 9,162 users on the track. So far to June of 2025, we've had 6,505 people on the track.
Unique people, or that's how many?
Sorry, that's the
total number of users,
total number.
But we don't know how many of those
are
different
visitors,
people.
yeah.
Okay. And there probably isn't a way to track unique usage. All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly. Whoops, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Seems to me we talked about the ability to gather data by using an access card like the city of Vancouver has. And if you had to swipe a card to get onto the track, we would know exactly how many people use the track and when, and how many times per year. So let's leave that alone. That's not my question. The fixed price, I appreciate all of that work, and it makes sense to me. I think what Councillor Harris was referring to for Emerald Hills, and it's my understanding that the Emerald Hills pool had a cracked bowl. Now, I could be wrong. That's my understanding. I know it was serious. So what warranty do we get? How do I know that with the cost cutting to fit within the $72 million budget, we don't get a cheaper concrete mix and end up with a cracked bowl 6 years in a row that's a $20 million fix? So put my mind at ease, please.
So through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so the cost estimate and the $72 million, the process that we've gone through is we've outlined the minimum specs that the city will accept, right? And there's obviously standards and everything that the pool can be built to. So those specs or those design specifications cannot be changed in order to save costs. This will be written up in the validation report, the minimum specs, right? They're also putting together a commissioning report. So this will be outline all the tests that are required for the pool, for the concrete, right? So there'll be an independent third party that will come in, they'll test the concrete, make sure that, the compaction, the slump, the air voids, all that meets the standards, right? So there's I guess, like I said, that third party testing that occurs.
And that all makes sense, Joey. Thank you. What did Strathcona County use for Emerald Hills that still resulted in a problem? Is this process significantly better, or what changes have been made?
Through your worship, I think the one other piece that Joey indicated earlier that will be built in is a technical corridor. And so what that is actually an underground corridor between some of the tanks. So that will actually, if, for example, that were to actually occur, we wouldn't have to actually dig up the whole pool to find some of these leaks. It won't cover the whole piece, but that's one of the reasons for the technical corridor is it allows access to the piping. And I think the other piece is the piping will be cemented in to help alleviate that. And I'll let Joey speak more to that.
The piping will be inside the corridor so it's accessible. Is that what I think you just said?
Correct, yeah. The piping would be for a portion of the pool, and we tried to plan that technical corridor where the bulk of the piping and like the major headers and stuff would be. For the other piping that goes around the pool, we would concrete encase it. So that's another way to ensure that any leaks that is mitigated.
Well, and the only reason I ask is I'm sure the County of Strathcona did things properly too, only to get a significant surprise a few years down the road. What sort of warranty do we get with this, if anything?
So there's a 1-year warranty on, there's different warranties on equipment and manufacturer warranties, but from the construction team, like for the facility, it's a 1-year warranty.
I suppose there's no new home warranty, obviously, for something like this, so it is what it is. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
One last question, then I'll read in the motion. Was that 1-year warranty heavily negotiated? I happen to know that other cement that is being poured in Fort Saskatchewan for sidewalks right now was forced to have a 2-year warranty, and this is an outside project that is a very small scale compared to the size of this natatorium and the cement pour that is undergoing nuclear density testing down the line for sump air and everything else. So how did we end up with a 1-year warranty agreed to by these three parties?
Sure. So 1-year warranty for buildings is the industry standard. 2 years is more typical on your deep utilities or your roadways, but for buildings, 1-year warranty is basically the industry standard.
Yeah, this is a concern of mine as well, that a pool basin doesn't have more of a warranty, and there should be components of this project, such as mechanical filters and things like this that come with. I would think some components of this project have a 5, 10, perhaps a lifetime warranty for some products, for some specific products. But you're saying that nothing within
No.
this capital project has more than a 1-year warranty. Sorry, I misread that. If it's,
So I'm saying for like the shell and the other of the building, right? There would be definitely like the filtration systems or maybe some rooftop units. There would be like a separate manufacturer warranty on some of that equipment.
okay, so why isn't it the engineering standard to have 2-year warranty on all cement in Fort Saskatchewan?
Well, I think the difference again is our engineering standards for concrete pads and that kind of more civil work is a 2-year warranty. Again, for buildings and stuff like that, the industry standard is typically a 1-year warranty.
So yeah, but my question is then why don't we have a higher engineering standard for something that like of civil earthworks in nature? What?
Through your worship, I think we could look at that. The only thing I would put out there to council is we can negotiate any warranty period we want, but we will pay for that. So the city would have to do an assessment of are we better off to take the 1-year warranty at the lower cost or negotiate a higher warranty at a higher cost with the possibility that we won't need that warranty.
And given what happened in Emerald Hills, as was mentioned, it seems like I don't know what the capital cost of recovering that facility back to its originally planned usages.
Okay, so
I can bring that one up under my city manager update as well.
Perhaps it's better suited for that. Okay.
did you want to do the motion?
I will be doing the motion. I'll move that council amend capital project 24016 aquatics planning and construction by adding $66,600,000 to the project budget and authorize construction of the facility, and further that the project be funded by debenture.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I will just make a short comment that this decision is certainly the largest financially implicative investment in this council term, and it's something that, as was mentioned, carries a 30-year debenture. So it's certainly not a project that has been taken lightly by any parties involved in it, but it's also a project that we have a majority voice supporting in Fort Saskatchewan. So it is. I do call it an investment because this investment will serve the community in many ways for years to come, albeit the scale of this debenture.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. And I actually do have one question as I look at the motion because it says funded by debenture, which I understand, but how do you incorporate the offsite levies into that?
Your worship, so the levies collected would be specific for the pool, so any money collected would go against that debenture and would be budgeted for either to make a partial of the annual payment or lump sum payments as
Okay,
it went
so
along.
then any levies will actually go towards the debenture.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
It seems very simple answer, and I've got to flesh that out. I asked that question before, and I haven't got a response back. The debenture is taken out over time, and the pool is collected, or pardon me, the pool is built. The offsite levies are collected over many years going forward in dribs and drabs. Can't prepay the pool debenture back. And we've already set an assessment for the pool debenture. So exactly how do the levies collected get embedded into the taxpayer rate so that in fact we're getting credit for them? I don't see how that works.
Mr.
Through your
Fleming?
worship, yeah, we've had some debate internally over this. Administration, I would say in general, with respect to things like levies, revenue from levies, or revenue from the Dow expansion, we've taken a pretty cautious approach in terms of expectation setting with the public. So when we say it's a 12.3% property tax increase, that's not including revenue from levies, which may be able to bring that number down. I think in this case, we're just waiting until we actually know that they're in place and we're actually collecting, and then we can make some adjustments to our our communication. The challenge with levies is that it can be difficult to predict how much revenue you get each year. So if you're getting a lot of development, if development is strong, and at the moment it is, you're going to have a higher revenue. If growth slows, and this community has a pretty good history of the ups and downs in population growth, then the revenue source dries up. So once the levies are in place and once we can confirm the amount, then as we go along, we will be able to build in some revenue expectation for levies, and that will bring down the amount that the taxpayers will be responsible for in terms of the debenture payment.
Theoretically, yes, Mr. Fleming. The mechanics still seem pretty vague. Because here's what's going to happen in my mind. There's going to be a mill rate set to cover the cost going forward. And in year 2, we might collect $1.5 million in levies. Does that mean that the budget is adjusted in year 2 for the $1.5 million? Probably not, because there'll be a reluctance and a desire to smooth. So year 3 goes along and we collect 500,000, and then we collect 3 million, and we collect 500,000. At the end of the day, how does council have an assurance that this is actually going to work its way through and the taxpayer is going to get credit for these levies some way?
So through your worship, one of the mechanics that we've discussed is that the levy payment more or less gets contributed to a reserve, and then you can draw out of that reserve, and that helps you with the smoothing. So it all gets accounted for. We just may not build it all into the sort of as a revenue source. It all gets contributed to a reserve, and then it comes back out of the reserve as a revenue.
Okay, I'm not going to beat this up anymore. I know it's complicated, so I asked. But to say that it's going to be in part levy funded and there's never any reflection of that in your actual property tax bill is also a misstatement, because if you're not seeing any benefit for the levy, why the heck have it? So I'll leave it at that. We'll figure it out going forward. You made the motion, thank you. I think that, and continue to think that a $72 million pool for the size of the city of Fort Saskatchewan is an overinvestment. My mind hasn't changed. I'm sure it will be beautiful. That doesn't mean it's appropriate, and that's where I struggle. So I'll be in all likelihood, the only councillor up here voting against this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it doesn't look like any more questions. Do you wish to close? You're good on close. I'm going to close the motion. Swallow hard as you cast your vote. It's closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried 6-1. Let's take 5. Yeah, we've been going at this. Let's take, are we good with 5 or do you want 10?
Tell you what, how about 7 and make it 25 years?
Okay, 7 minutes. Okay, 25-2. Yep. Okay. Actually, we are. Okay. Councillor Harris, we are live, so I'll ask you to refrain from we are live. It says citywide two-way radio replacement program. So the other two can join us when they get here. Okay, so we welcome Chief Todd Martins.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. Again, my name is Todd Martins, Fire Chief and the Director of Emergency Management. I'm here today to talk to you about the citywide two-way radio legacy system that we currently have. The two-way radio communication is critical for instant, reliable, and often secure communications. It enables teams to coordinate work, respond to emergencies, enhances safety in the city, especially in challenging environments like emergency response, day-to-day operations for all the departments, and during severe weather events. Like many other municipalities, the City of Fort Saskatchewan has utilized the two-way radios for day-to-day operations across most of the city departments, whether it's special events, mass gatherings, or for both operational or public impact. In 2019, the fire department moved away from the legacy system and moved to the provincial radio system known as AFRAX. However, emergency management still utilizes a portion of this system. The city conducted two separate needs assessments between 2021 and 2025 with the goal to better understand the various user groups within the city as well as their communication needs. In addition to identifying the user groups, we also included considerations from other groups that wanted to come on board. So a few things that we looked at through the radio system as on the slide was just, for example, waterproof, GPS, the worker down option, as well as the mounts that we have and the GPS tracking. So currently some departments are still utilizing the independent communication system, such as the commercially available radios you'd buy at Canadian Tire, just the two ways, as well as some cellular apps through cell phones. But a majority of the department, the city is using the Motorola Turbo two-way, known as this legacy system. And this legacy system was installed and kind of blended over the years, I'd say even before the 2000. But in 2011 and 2014 was when a majority of the radios were actually purchased, and kind of just spanned it over the next years on what we added, and a number of different models and makes were kind of spread across the departments. You also note that a typical lifespan of this system is 5 to 10 years, and some of our equipment is approaching that 18-year mark for what we have currently. Again, since the needs, the assessment performance evaluation we did in 2021, a number of increased issues around the reliability of the legacy system. These kind of included the insufficient amount that we had for current staff, as we added staff, vehicles, and equipment over the years. I'm not just talking about the handheld radios that you see the staff carrying. This is also the radio that's mounted in the vehicle. As well, we've seen a number of shortages on batteries, incompatibility with parts and accessory, as well as the software and the different fleet mapping that we cannot update no more. So the budgetary requirement replacement costs is anticipated to be approximate $650,000 for a one-time purchase from the Fire Equipment Life Cycle Reserve, and this is included in the programming, installation, and delivery. There will be an annual ongoing cost based upon a per unit base, as well as the licensing we have with Development Canada through the federal licensing. This cost is approximately $60,000 a year, and again, this is between the $60,000 is between the licensing that we need to per radio, per repeater, per vehicle, as well as the service maintenance cost for parts, warranty, and then once we get into the non-warranty. And then the other part that I just want to touch on is, again, the recommendation is 5 to 10 years. So when we look at this system moving forward, we'll take a better look at that 7 year to 10 year. And so we'd also need to contribute another 29,000 to our reserve contributions, which we already have. We contribute already a 46,000 to that reserve. So the 29 would be an additional cost to that. And the project was not only brought forward by my department, but again, just wanted to, this is all city departments for the most part that are using this system through day-to-day communication. The ones that we did look at bringing on board were some of our Shell Theater workers, some of our pool staff, and then as we have built out emergency management, we've identified some of the need there for the radios as well. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump in on the first question. So we just completed budget in December, and it's only just barely 6 months later. Why, if we knew this was coming, why wasn't this part of our 2025 budget?
So to your worship, when we looked at the equipment that we had in reserve and all the batteries, we looked at, could we even extend this a little further, being that they're two-way radios and they're not like hooked to 911, so different components. And so when we looked at that, we also reached out to a number of different departments that have legacy radios in their storage room, so to speak. And so we've basically exhausted everything that we can get our hands on from the manufacturer, from getting from other departments that just kind of gave them to us. It was on the agenda for the 2026 budget. However, the need that has come across our desk recently, we wanted to get this in front of council based on what we're hearing from the manufacturer on lead time of getting the actual equipment. The need for the different departments right now, the vehicles don't have some radios in it. Some of our staff don't have the portables or the working down or the person down button. So the need was a little more urgent, and we felt that we should bring it to council ahead of time based also on the fact that if we waited till next year, we probably wouldn't see the actual product till fall of next year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
I was going to have the same question. Why wouldn't it have been on last year? Maybe you weren't aware, or did this just come up? It could have been on for this year's budget.
So through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, we were still completing. We did an assessment of some of the needs. I think it was in 2021, and then we also, since Quinn Gillard took the position, he redid the assessment. There was some discussion around some accessories and some other needs for equipment that we had. So I think we took the stance of. It's been working for 18 years. I think we can get her through one more year, but just with the recent challenge of the software and where we were at with some of the equipment and staffing, we just felt we needed to move it forward.
Okay. When I was first reading through this, and one of the first things it said on whichever part I read said it was around 200 of 886 or whatever, 92 radios. And I went, how big is our fire department? But then I read on that this is kind of, you're talking all radios that are used by the various departments, not just the fire department, right?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, you are correct. So this is, our public works and rec departments, any city staff that would be working carries a radio. It's efficient. The fire department moved to that AFRAC system I spoke to at the beginning of the presentation. It's a provincial network. The city did purchase those radios. We have about 25 of those radios. Those are, like I said, those are tied to 911 and a different frequency, so they're a little more expensive, those radios.
Okay, so tied in with that, so are these going to be universal? Because you did mention Shell Theater, so I know some of them wear the headsets with a little microphone. Are these universal? Because some of them are just more of a walkie-talkie type unit. That different departments, if all of a sudden some break down, it's like, oh, we have some extra that are in good shape.
So through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, so when we did that needs assessment, that's what we were looking for. Who needs radio pieces? Who needs mics? whatever else was out there, handhelds in the vehicle. That's the type of stuff we were looking through and working through with the different departments on basically their needs, because I wasn't sure what they needed. So that's what we were looking at. How could we add to our current our current stock of what we have, and just take that feedback from the department of what is actually needed.
So they would be more universal
Correct.
for switching out to one
Yes.
department needs one and one's missing one.
So, Your Worship, through Councilor Blizzard, so right now, over the last 18 years, we've kind of added and moved around. We've added different styles, and I think we have some Motorola, we have some Kenwoods, we have a bunch of different styles. So this would standardize everything. So it's plug and play. It doesn't matter which department that you work for, as far as the technology or the handhelds.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Macon?
Thank you. So the radio system that we have now, you indicated was 18 years old. And I know that we didn't always have a life cycle replacement policy. So is the amount in the reserves for the radio life cycle sufficient to cover this entire $650,000?
So, through Your Worship, to Councillor Macon, so we're currently contributing the $46,000 annually to the replacement. However, moving to the updates for software, the radios, the repeaters, we would need an additional $29,000 on top of the 46 we're already contributing to go into reserves. So
That would be for the next set, not the
correct.
current set. So have we put away enough money in this life cycle to cover the whole amount that we're asking for now?
So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon, so yes, it comes out of the fire, I can't remember the name, life cycle reserve, and that's the money we've been putting aside annually for the replacement of this equipment.
Specific to the radios.
Specifically
Right.
to the radio, and it's just lived with fire. When fire in 2019, when fire went to that AFRAC system, we still just contributed to that reserve.
Okay. And then when you talk about that increase to reserves, the report says 5 to 10 years. You had indicated that you guys think more like 7 to 10 years. At 5 years, the contribution definitely wouldn't be enough, but it's not even really enough at 7 years. So, are you satisfied that we're putting enough away, or like what happens at 7 years because there's not enough money?
So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon. So, the 5 to the 10 is, and even the 7, that's our manufacturer's recommendation. So that's what we kind of looked at. But I still feel like we stretch this to about 18 years worth of the software, and I do believe just reevaluating every year, we'll be able. I can't predict, but I would figure we'd probably at least get to that 15-year mark again.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. So the 197 handheld radios that are part of this system are separate and distinct from the radio system that your fire department uses?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, that is correct. The fire department used to be on this system.
But we funded a new system and the fire department's using that.
Correct. Just the radios. The province pays for the infrastructure and the hardware.
And the RCMP have their own independent radio system as well, correct?
You're correct.
So the 197 is administrative rather than protective services.
You are correct.
So why didn't we wait till next budget? I'm not trying to beat you up, but that's the first question I have.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, again, when this came across our desks and we completed the needs assessment and a review of what we currently have in stock now for backups, batteries, chargers, replacements, even the software component, we can't even bring anything else on. So we added new vehicles. We have possibly new vehicles and new staff coming next year. We can't even add that fleet mapping in currently. We're just at the end of life. And again, thought we could get a little further with what we had, moving parts around. We just weren't there. So waiting till next year, I felt that waiting till next year based on the lead time of the equipment again would probably take us closer till we wouldn't see some of this equipment till like the fall of next year.
You mentioned many styles. I mean, there's, I don't know, half a dozen normal styles and models and manufacturers of cell phones. They all work on a phone system. I would assume Motorola works with on a system with every other portable, right? It's a frequency thing. Correct? Yep. So the multiple styles I don't see as being an issue. If it's not working, I can imagine that. But if none of this has to do with protective services, then what percentage of city staff pack around a radio with them? I'm blown away by the 197. I really am. That completely surprises me.
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, from what I understand, a majority of our staff have a radio. They come into work, they grab a radio, whether that's our Parks Department or our admin. They have that ability to communicate to each other, the time saving. They also have the worker down button. So if something would happen, there's the ability to push that in an emergency. Part of the software also tracks that. GPS units for all these radios. So we have the ability to then see where the radio was. If we had an incident, where are we going, the location. If we lose one, if it still has to charge, we can find it, hopefully. So yes, that's the number I was given, and when we looked at the numbers and the staff, and then there was an additional radios on top of that, like for the vehicles as well.
And Mayor Katcher, if I might, just on this line, and then I'll be done. But my cell phone has all those features, and we don't need software; it updates automatically. So why not just provide these people with a cell phone?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, I don't believe that from what we understand now, the cost of the radio is cheaper than what we're paying for the cell phones. We're currently reviewing the cell phone policy, and the radios that we have are cheaper than what we're using for a cell phone within the city. With some of that comes the challenges of the Wi-Fi and where you are with your location. We currently have the infrastructure in place around the city. We just need to do some of that upgrading with the repeaters through the software.
But with a cell phone, I don't need a repeater.
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, you're correct on that. You don't need it, and it's just more about what is feasible for each department. And this was one of the things that was identified. It was to kind of move away from the cell phones and stick more toward the two-way communication radios.
And you got put in a tough spot, Fire Chief. Thank you.
Councillor Harris?
Just one question, and then I'd be prepared to put the motion on the floor. Refresh my memory. How much do we have in this reserve that we built up over time? Obviously enough to fund 650. So I rarely look at this financial information. So can you refresh my memory?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Harris, the fire reserve is sitting at $2.7 million before this would come out.
Okay, so we have more than enough in the reserve to fund it and to go forward from a savings context.
Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, correct.
Good. Okay. It's a tool like any other. It's a communication tool. I think it's necessary. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back to you in just a moment then for the motion. I've got two more for questions on round two. Councillor Blizzard.
Well, just one question. So out of all these radios, how much would the fire department use?
Your Worship, to Councillor Blizzard. So emergency management, the allocation that I think have a lot was about 50 radios for emergency management. And the fire department, I think there was maybe 8 identified. The AFRAX radios that were purchased in 2019, it has a back door built into that radio to be able to multi-use that radio. Those radios were about $9,000 a piece, though, to move to that AFRAX system.
Okay, so the next question's not for you. Maybe this needs to be in more of a general reserve, and I guess I know that we just have pools that we put in reserves for different things, but that might make it easier in the future for replacement, because it's not just the fire department, it's the city as a whole, all these radios.
Yeah, through your worship, I think Fire Chief Martins is kind of taking one for the team here, because one of our big problems with radios over the years is that nobody owned it. It sat on the side of someone's desk, and that's how we've got to the point where we are. We're actually reaching a state of desperation. So they've taken it in. When we created the emergency management position, it was one of the mandates they were given. And so Quinn took it on, and we will review which reserve is probably the most appropriate for it to. It might become more of a general equipment replacement type thing, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nguyen. And then we're going to a motion.
Yeah, Councillor Kelly's line of questioning has had me thinking. So these phones are $1,000. You could get 600 of them with $50,000 of cases for them. I'm not familiar with too many dead spots, given that we have the 5G tower, and I understand there's an industry standard. There's a ruggedness of this Motorola equipment that perhaps doesn't exist, but there are also Motorola phones that are made. I think there are military grade ones that I've seen online. So if we could get, say, 600 of these phones, or take this budget down and get the 200 that we need, I'm having a difficult time justifying that. And you partially answered that, but a cell phone seems to do everything, and there are certainly apps that you can get to if you wanted more of a closed loop in sort of a radio system for, say, fire, or for a certain department. But I don't quite understand why you perhaps wouldn't be more excited about something like that, given the versatility of a phone with all the applications, and that's.
So, Your Worship, Councillor Nguyen, so I'd have to go back and get the notes on why the cell phones weren't coming forward. But off the top of my head, the radios we're going to they're waterproof. They're truly waterproof. I don't know a cell phone that's not really 100% waterproof. They're getting better. The radios, from what I understand, are intrinsically safe. So if you key your mic wherever you are with static, that was another feature. And then again, the accessories that went along with this, there's a number of accessories we can get that were cheaper than the accessories that went along with the cell phone. Again, just off the top of my head.
And that's fair. It piqued my curiosity last time I was at a swimming pool, and a mother had the iPhone 23 or whatever we're at, underwater taking photos without a case on it. And I know there's life-proof cases and otter boxes and the rest of it. So that's something that I think would be worth investigating a bit. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Edgington, and then I'm going to the motion.
Yeah, just to add some color to what Chief Martins has said. So in regards to the radios, in the event that cell phone towers are congested or there's a dead spot, the radios would be more reliable of a product over cell phones. And in the event of an emergency in the workplace, from an OH&S perspective, the radios are a much more reliable product, and therefore in an emergency we'd be able to respond in a higher percentage of the time than a cell phone would, and so hence why we've put this in front of council today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harris, for the motion.
All good points.
You have to push your button. Yeah. Go ahead.
All good points. I move that Council direct administration amend the 2025 capital budget to include the replacement of the city's existing two-way radio communication system to be funded from the Fire Equipment Lifecycle Reserve in an amount of $650,000.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
You know what? We have qualified personnel who we engage to do this type of analysis. They're bringing forward a recommendation that I think ultimately allows us to ensure that we're able to appropriately communicate in times of stress, in times of normal business. And I see this as just a normal business decision, so I'm moving on that context.
Okay, thank you. The motion is open for discussion and debate. I'm going to jump in first. So I've worked in public works before. I've actually been to some of your operations when you've had emergency management and that. And I would never challenge you on the need for these radios, because when they're radio, they can radio multiple people at one time as opposed to sitting there trying to key in numbers. And I also understand from your emergency management training and that how important it is that when there is an emergency, you're absolutely right, cell towers become blocked and you cannot get through. So knock on wood, we never have an emergency like that, but I would never challenge you on that recommendation. I just would have preferred it in our previous budget, but I'll give you that one. Okay. Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't see it as a challenge. I saw it as an information gathering question, and I didn't see it in the report. And I do think that's part of my job, is to try to flesh stuff out so make a proper decision. Thank you, Fire Chief.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, appreciate you taking one for the team. This is citywide. So, and I'm a bit torn on this one, because it seems like from what our general manager has said as well, that there perhaps could be a hybrid, a cell phone and radio sort of package for this type of communication that existed based on, and I fully have an appreciation of waterproof radios, having lifeguarded in Australia for months, and absolutely cell phones would not have worked for that application. And given that some of our staff are going to be undergoing or seeing different types of potential moisture or dropping or whatever's going to be subject to this, that does make me think that we could make it. We could optimize this initiative having sort of a cell phone plus a radio system. But yes, given an emergency, a tornado rips through Fort Saskatchewan, our cell phones are all down, then this is our only our only way of communication with the EAC, right? Yeah.
And your worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, one thing I don't think I touched on is it's not just a two-way, the fleet mapping that I think I just briefly touched on also gives us the ability to put in, I think, 47 different channels. So we can, if you had to, you could tell your public works department during an emergency, turn to the emergency channel. You could give your channels out through the licensing with the federal government. You give it to our neighbors. So if we have an emergency, they have our channels now coming in as well. So that was, given that factor of the different fleet mapping, it was a little more versatile, put in the two-way radios than it is into the cell phones with the fleet mapping and the challenges around getting other people's licenses into our radios. So
right, and that's excellent information as well. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris on close. Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to the next item. We're getting into motion following notice. This one is Councillor Abatoye's on the City Ambassador Program. So I'll have you read it in. Go ahead.
Thank you. I make a motion that by August 26, 2025, the administration provides a report with options for relaunching the city's ambassador program as a way to recognize outstanding City of Fort Saskatchewan community groups, businesses, and individuals, and that reports include details such as the suggested nomination process, selection process, and award options, as well as cost implications for sustaining such a program.
Okay, you can speak to your motion.
Sure. So I'm bringing this motion forward because I believe in the power of recognition, and more importantly, in the people who make Fort Saskatchewan exceptional. Whether it's a youth representing our city on the national stage or a not-for-profit that has gone above and beyond in serving residents, or a business that embodies excellence and community spirits, these are stories that define us. The City Ambassador Program is a way to shine a light on those stories to say, we see you, we appreciate you, and you make us proud. This motion doesn't just prescribe what the program must look like. It simply asks administration to come back with thoughtful options, everything from the nomination and selection process to award formats and cost implications. We want a program that's sustainable, inclusive, and meaningful. I believe this is a low-cost, high-impact initiative that aligns with our strategic plans focus on creating a welcoming, compassionate, and active community. More importantly, it's a reflection of who we are as a city, one that celebrates its people, lifts each other up, and leads with heart. And so I ask for your support to explore how we can bring this program back in a way that fits today's Fort Saskatchewan and inspires tomorrow's leaders. Now, on a personal note, a couple weeks ago, I was invited by a nice lady who I went on a scooter ride basically on the streets of Fort Saskatchewan from Pineview all the way to West Park. I'll say it was a really interesting and nice experience. However, this lady showed me a card that shows that she was one of the Ambassador Awards recipients from many years ago. And that made me remember the mayor mentioning this ambassador program that used to be in existence. And she asked about it, and she spoke so proudly about how she received the award and the kind of things she's done in our community in terms of volunteerism. I thought, this is a program that I think we can look at and see how we can bring it back to, again, appreciate the residents of Fort Saskatchewan. So this is why I brought it forward. I think it's something that could be really good for our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion is open for discussion and debate. Councillor Harris, you're first.
Just a little bit of historical point of view. Back in the day when I worked for the city, I think that's probably about when the ambassador program was first launched. And it was my understanding the ambassador program was designed to be just to acknowledge, and I'm not opposed to what you're suggesting, Councillor Abatoye. I thought the ambassador program was to nominate influential people that could promote the community out and about, and that they were there as basically salespeople for our community, as opposed to acknowledging them for doing good things. Maybe it was one and the same. I can't recall. So perhaps administration can refresh my memory as to what the ambassador program originally was intended to do, because honestly, it's been quite a while and I can't remember. And this might be a really good thing. I'm just going back to what it was originally to what we might change it going forward, as Councillor Abatoye is suggesting. Does anybody remember?
Through your worship, her worship probably has most information on this of anyone in the room. My recollection is that it was an economic development related committee, possibly started by the Economic Development Committee, and it had a focus of promoting the city for the purposes of generating investment interests and whatnot. But
yeah, and if that comes back, and perhaps what I'm suggesting is if that comes back by what was it, and if we were to do something different or marginally different, what would that be, and what would be the outcomes and goals of doing that? So that would be something I would suggest, would be worthwhile or germane to what Councillor Abatoye is trying to suggest here. So,
Okay, when I get to the speaking order, I'll speak to that, okay?
Okay, good.
I don't want to jump the queue here. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. I'll support the motion, but I'm wondering if, without the need to actually change the wording of the motion, would administration be amenable to also providing the history of the program and the reasons why it was discontinued when it gets brought back?
Yeah, through your worship, we can provide some historical context. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that we know the reason, or that somebody's even here that would know why?
I think the mayor knows all about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is before my time. I think it ended right when I started working for the city 13 years ago. So.
Yeah, and then I guess I would also be, when I think of the word award, I know that what the recipients got were like a license plate and perhaps some city swag. So I guess I wouldn't want to see it be any more like bigger than that. When you say award, it makes me think of something a bit bigger. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
I was going to wait until our mayor weighed in, but I will decide on supporting this or not based on what information our mayor is able to provide. My first thought on this was our mayor is the ambassador of the city. as per the definition of that position, so are councillors. We have a chamber of commerce, we have chamber staff, we have Lions Rotary, the ACDEV team, we have AIHA, who internationally is ambassadors for attracting industry to Fort Saskatchewan. The chamber issues business awards. And to me, that encompasses everything I can imagine this program could potentially be. So, as I mentioned, I'll wait to learn more about what this program could be, and I'm also quite curious about what type of costs and operational impacts it could have, which I think would come back with this report. But that's all for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blissard.
Well, I can give you a little bit of history, but I'm sure our mayor has even more. The nonprofit group that I started over 30 years ago, Blizzard Cloggers, we got the award, and I'm going to say, 15, 18 years ago as a group. So most of the people that got it were individuals, but because it was our group that went out, and I remember asking, what do we get this for? I'm not sure if it was nominations at the time, but we got it because we went out not just in Fort Saskatchewan, we still do locally, but also into Edmonton and Strathcona County, various locations. And when we did that, of course, we mentioned we were from Fort Saskatchewan. So in that, we promoted the fort. So I guess that's the name. A name can be changed if it needs to be, not ambassadors, but it wasn't a bad program. Thing is, though, I have a question. So, and this is for our CAO. Looking at this, is it going to be an issue with, first of all, staff time getting the initial report? And then if it's a nomination process, is someone got time to deal with the nominations?
Through your worship, I think in the report, we would probably try to determine what the resources might be from a time perspective. It's likely that this report will probably end up coming from, I don't think it won't be from our economic development department where this used to live. It might be FCSS or potentially somebody on the leadership team that has to write it. And given the time frames and where we're at with the summer and everything, I would think it's probably going to be like a 2 or 3 page summary. I think that's what I had told Councillor Abatoye it could work for administration. So it's not going to be detailed, pages and pages, but we'll get as much as we can together over the next month.
Okay, and it could be done by this meeting that's specified.
Yeah, it might not be as in depth as it might normally be otherwise.
Well, I guess it would be a start, and then maybe it goes to future council for more discussion and debate. But I'm in support.
Okay, thank you. I'm next on the speaking order. So get the cane out and go way back in the day. So it was Terry Stacey that started the ambassador program back in the day. And you're absolutely right. It was from economic development, and it was to encourage groups, businesses, and some individuals to be out there promoting our community, because we only had one economic development officer at that time. Over the years, though, what ended up happening is the prominent people got recognized, and then what happened over the number of years, then it got really watered down, and it was just, I know this person, they shoveled my walk, they should get an ambassador award because they're a great person. I remember the last one that I actually did, and there was probably about 30 of them that got their bags on the stage, and it was at the Dow Center during one of our nonprofit groups. And it was just like everybody was getting an ambassador award because everybody is a great person, So we kind of said, it's got so watered down to this point in time that, really, is it doing what it was set out to do? And the answer was no, it wasn't. So we discontinued it. As indicated, we do have certificates now, and when it's somebody's prominent birthday, or if somebody really wants to recognize somebody for being a new business, which we give a certificate out with the new business, we hand them one. For anniversaries, for like Pioneer House, we gave them one along with a letter. It has... you know, it can be beneficial, but what ends up happening, and the reason that we discontinued it is because it just became that everybody was nominating everybody. And then we started with International Women's Day after that. They started having an awards program, and it was everybody was getting nominated for that. So that was the next award program. So do I believe, I'm not sure I actually believe we need a program. I think there is an opportunity if somebody is doing something outstanding that as a council, we could recognize them without having a formal program. You know, I know, you know, as we talked about, the odd business goes out and goes above and beyond, but my biggest fear is, and when I've heard this before, when I've posted on Facebook about a Dow or a Sherrod or some of these big companies give money all the time, a smaller business says, well, I never get recognized. I maybe give them $250 or $1,000, you know, for their program. So why don't I get recognized? And I really didn't have an answer for them, because it was sort of like, if you start recognizing everybody who is giving money to everybody, you know, I don't think people get into doing things to be recognized. That's the way I feel about this. I said it's had its time, it's had its place, but I'm not really sure where I'm sitting on this one. You know, I think, as I said before, I think council, if they really feel somebody deserves some sort of recognition, council could just do it ad hoc without a formal program. That's some of the history, some of the where I am up to this point in time. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, and I agree with all of your comments, Mayor Katcher. I think the prior program did get watered down and failed to meet its objectives. I think Councillor Harris suggested it properly, that it's a program for those that actively go out and promote the city from one basis or another. Nonetheless, I'm prepared to support the motion, and I would just like to add my 2 cents to what I would like to think it might be if in fact it evolves into something. You get identified as an ambassador if you're actually an ambassador and you're actively doing, as opposed to having done, actively doing in the future. Donations or financial contributions, they don't count. The definition of a donation is something that I don't expect to be rewarded for. So take it at that, and I also assume that it'll be a fairly brief report with perhaps some guidelines, if deemed appropriate, to guide further discussion on the subject going forward. So on that basis, I'll support it for now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming to you. Okay, I guess that's all the comments, discussion and debate. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you, and thank you all for your comments. And just in closing, just a few things that have been said. I honestly don't expect more than 2 to 3 pages, as the CEO just mentioned. Just looking for something to start this conversation. And I honestly think that's the best place for this to lie in is actually the FCSS rather than the Economic Development Department. So it would be nice to hear their thoughts on this. And just a few things that were also mentioned. It honestly doesn't have to even be done by this council. It's really a conversation starter to me to see how we can move forward if this is in the possibilities. So what is being asked right now is a report to see if this is a program that we want to continue to do. Again, the reason why this came up is because I was asked about this program by a resident that was a beneficiary of this program. And honestly, I really agree that it has to be meaningful. We can't just be giving them out just as we please. I think it's very important for it to be meaningful. And I just appreciate the support.
Okay, thank you. The motion is closed. Please cast your vote. Okay, the motion is carried. All right, we'll move on to the next one, 12.4, Councillor Nguyen. This says 10-year capital plan.
Yeah, the reason I made this motion, sorry, I'll read it in first. The council direct administration to amend the 2026 to 2035 10-year capital plan by changing the start date for the Veterans Way Phase 1 project 28003 and 28004 from 2028 to 2026.
Okay, you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, thanks. The reason I read in this notice of motion subsequent to the presentation at last council meeting was, or two council meetings ago, I believe, was to bring this back forward given the Dow slowdown in their expansion and the project that they're looking to develop. And I thought this could be an opportunity, as I mentioned before, to increase the traffic volume in the short distance, which is phase 1 of this Veterans Way widening project. Since then, I've learned that I believe that Dow is going to be needing this roadway not under construction as of next summer, and that is the information, and anyone else can weigh in, but that is the information that I believe is current. So I'm looking for any input from other councillors if they would like to speak to this motion. Given that, I am ready to withdraw it if it is not something that we would have support to pursue at this time.
So once we get into discussion and debate, then it's owned by the floor then. So, all right, then we will discuss it as a motion. So you have spoken to your motion. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Blizzard.
I believe even if Dow didn't proceed and doesn't need the roads, I would still say that's something we need to discuss at budget time, not now. But also, I just feel if anything, if Dow is slowing down, the roads won't be needed. It would actually be pushed further out instead of moving it up. So I won't support this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
You know, I honestly believe that the highway that we're responsible for should be 6 lanes. It was slowed down for reasons that I didn't agree with at the time. And I think ostensibly it was to look at ensuring that we had debenture boring capacity to do the pool, which we just approved today, I guess. I really think that take a drive down Baseline Road in Sherwood Park or Y Road, most of Y Road, it's all 6 lanes and it functions very well. Strathcona has made a conscious decision from a traffic flow standpoint that that's the way that those roads should function. And I really think that our responsibility for Highway 15 and 21 should be in the same context, and sooner rather than later. I agree with you, Councillor Blizzard, that its discussion should take place at the budget time, and we should consider all contexts. So in this context, Councillor Nguyen, it's a good discussion. I support you in that context, but I really think that it really should happen at the budget table when we're talking about it in a broader context. So the signal should be to administration to be prepared to have that discussions, and I think the next council should ultimately have it. So I'm a bit torn. Part of me wants to advance it, and I agree with you. I think it's our responsibility to do it, and anybody that's resisting making that investment, I don't think is making wise long-term financial infrastructure decisions for the transportation needs of our community. It functions. I had occasion to come back from the industrial area about a week and a half ago, and I hit 113th Street at 4:30, and I crawled all the way to 84th Street, and I don't want to go through that again. That sucks. So, but I think budget time is the best time to have that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I agree with the comments regarding budget time is budget time, and that's not today. I voted against tripling it or at widening it when I did the last time, because I firmly believe that unlike Y Road and Baseline, there is a regional aspect to that highway, and that the cost should be shared. And that's the reason I voted to postpone it. I would love to see another lane. I truly would. But I think the provincial government has to pony up a little bit too. And until that happens, I'm prepared to let it sit, as much as I would like it widened. So I'll be voting against this particular motion at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. I'll also be voting against it. I talked to the site manager and he said, yeah, they're slowing down, but he said they're still going to have over 2,000 cars a day going on that road, just going to their site. And that doesn't include what's going on with Kiera or any of the other industry partners that we have. I was on the highway the other day too, and one lane was blocked due to an accident. And you're right, it was absolutely backlogged. So if you consider blocking the highway when you have all of these extra vehicles on it, it just doesn't make sense. So when I talked to the site manager, he was a little bit flabbergasted that this would even be a discussion at this point in time, because they have done transportation analysis and conversations with our staff about when the optimal times are with this. So based on that, I would not be willing to support this. And not only that, to move it to 2026, now you've got to get out and start lobbying the provincial government again to see if they're going to give us any funding for this. So, okay, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. So I myself, I wouldn't support this motion because I know a couple years ago when this thing came forward, I didn't support it. And I didn't support it because we didn't have the funding from the government to get it done. And I believe that the Dow project in 2026 will be ramping up, right? There's going to be a lot of movement happening. And I also know that our city is an industrial town, meaning there's a lot of different industries and they always have turnarounds. And I know that from time to time, they have 5,000 to 7,000 construction workers or workers going back and forth in our community. So it won't be the first time. But I know that the difference this time is that it's going to be for an elongated period of time. And so, again, I do not support it doing this right now just because the timing is just not right and we don't have the funding. So I don't support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. All of the above. I agree with all the comments that were made. I do support this discussion happening at budget time. It makes it very difficult, and I think we're going into a difficult budget year for sure. To that, I also agree that we're waiting on provincial funding, and I know that the previous council, we really discussed doing that third lane before the Dow project ramped up, and we just couldn't get the funding in place to do so. And so I think we all were resigned to the fact, or at least I thought so, that it was going to be a delay to after this project was done. So it's unfortunate. I'd really like to see it proceed, but as Councillor Abatoye said as well, the time is just not right.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen on close. Go ahead. Whoops. Go ahead.
Can I ask one question of administration, which is, given that we would have had a new surface with the widening of this in that distance, what is the current like pavement quality index there, and what is going to have to be spent on that particular section of roadway in the next 5, 6, 7 years whenever Dow is complete with it? It's and just a short comment. Oh, did they? Sorry, it doesn't.
Okay. Your Worship, Councillor Nguyen. So I don't know the exact number in terms of what the PQI is. It is at the back end of where its life cycle would be. I think it's why we've been delaying the work through that section. I'm saying that, but I think we did it last year anyway. The overlay, we just did that last. So we're actually starting over the life cycle again. So it has... Those lanes that exist are in good shape at this point. We wouldn't be doing that overlay now. With the widening, we would have new lanes on the outside, but the existing two would be left alone.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, the motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is defeated unanimously. All right, you have one more on here. 12.5, West Rivers Edge Golf Course feasibility. Go ahead. What is your wish?
I'm just bringing it up. Oh, eScribe just closed, sorry. Thanks. I'll move that administration include a recommendation as part of the 2026 budget document that directs a feasibility study be completed on developing an 18-hole golf course at West Rivers Edge.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, so this motion was brought forward by myself to present to council based on several discussions I've had over the last 2 years with individuals who feel that we would benefit from a course of this type. Given that, and after receiving the agenda package for this meeting and hearing the presentation on what our local golf and curling club is up against right now, I do believe that this could be better suited for a further date with all of the work that organization is currently experiencing. I did trigger this motion as well because of the presentation by Public Works, who recommended fencing around the pond at our local dog park, which effectively segregates a park and open space. And the rationale between bringing this forward at this point was to perhaps offer an alternative of what to do with the space, which is unutilized at West Rivers Edge. So this is a motion that I brought forward for the purpose of having the discussion, as I know design and engineering was done for this project, I believe 15 years ago now, and it could be a project with timeliness in due course to coincide with other activities happening, including development area structure plans and our Parks Department's work as well. So I'd appreciate any comments as well, and I do want to emphasize my understanding of perhaps a split opinion when it comes to longtime members, current boards, past boards of our local golf and curling club, which are some would appreciate this motion and some would be adamantly against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Harris, you're first.
I had occasion when I worked for the city to be involved with the ad hoc committee that was formed to ultimately look into the feasibility. We got so far as to actually sit down with the contractor, a golf course service provider, to actually engage them to talk about the feasibility of it. And they thought it was feasible in the day. That was back in about 2001, 2002. And I think with the passage of time, had that continued on and had the city administration of the day supported the golf course, which I don't believe that previous city manager of the day was vehemently against this building a golf course down there. And it was reclaimed to a golf course design. We had a design, we modified the design, we had good input. I think Councillor Kelly was involved, if memory serves me correctly. And I think that would have been it would have been a great time. And every time I ride my bike around there, I think I wish it had been a golf course. But those days have come and gone, in my opinion. And I really think that everybody in Fort Saskatchewan appears to have 3.6 dogs per household. Or so it seems when I'm walking or riding my bike on the trails, and I'm being a little facetious. But I think to take away the dog park now in that location, which is it's a fabulous location, and I don't even like dogs. And I mean that facetiously again too. But I think to take away the dog park would definitely be not a wise idea. If we had done it back in the early 2000s, I think it would have been a great location. There would have been a shared use facility between the ball diamond people and the golf course. That was part of the plan. And I think it would have been a good utilization of the space. I'm not sure what the fiscal feasibility would have been, probably dubious. But I can't support it now, Councillor Nguyen. And I do appreciate you bringing it forward because sometimes these things have to be revisited from time to time. But I think those days have come and gone, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
I did a little research after I saw your notice of motion. So a golf course needs, and this is municipal, they said a golf course for the average golf course is 120 to 180 or 200 acres. Municipal tend to be a little smaller, so 110 to 120. That would definitely require removing, is it the ball diamonds and the dog park? Do we have to cut down trees? Because there's definitely a ton of trees planted there. Right now we have a beautiful dog park. We have the pathway that goes around it. We have West River's Edge. That's a public building that anyone can use the outside and rent inside. We have a beautiful pond that tons of people use fishing. I think that area is well used already, so I don't see that golf course fits into that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I'm not going to support the motion. I certainly haven't heard myself that this is something that residents are asking for. It's a beautiful developed park. There are some other plans for that area, and I just don't see how this golf course fits in with those amenities, and I don't support removing any of those amenities. So at this time, it's not something that I'm willing to support. I also understand that there could be some regulations out there by another body outside the municipality that regulates the use along the river valley that this project could run into an issue with as well. So I definitely have lots of questions if it were to pass, but at this point I don't think I can support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Oh, geez, where do I begin? I don't think there would be many individuals that live in Fort Saskatchewan that desire an 18-hole golf course in this community as much as I do. I've been on 2 separate ad hoc volunteer committees over the decades to try to get something happening in Fort Saskatchewan, in part for reasons that Councillor Harris mentioned. They met with failure. For the Councillor Blizzard, you're absolutely correct. It takes space. The standard rule of thumb for a golf course is 160 acres. And you would not want to build a municipal style course on 110 acres and think that it would be viable, because it would not be. Now, having said that, I do have an aerial photograph survey of the area that contains the dog park that doesn't encroach upon anything close to the pavilion. Okay, and it leaves the ball diamonds alone. And in that area, there's 200 available acres. Now, I don't know how many of those 200 acres that Storm Pond takes up, but the survey clearly shows 200 acres. So I think it might fit. All of my friends, I shouldn't say all of my friends, but over the decades, many of my friends have moved to different courses because, truthfully, it's an 18-hole game because that's the way people play it. When the Scots designed it, they had 21 holes and 14 holes and 27 holes. They eventually, I'm told, decided on 18 because it took them that long to drink a pint of whiskey. Nonetheless, 18 is the standard. When you have a 9-hole course, when you finish the 9 and you come around for the second 9, you have to start on 1 again. So you repeat what you just played, which is okay, but you also run into people that are waiting to tee off on number 1. So it creates a traffic jam and a level of frustration. The current course handles it because they zone down the tee times for the hot times on the weekend mornings, for instance, to make sure that the members can get through. My spouse and I bought, when I retired, a 5th-wheel trailer and a truck specifically to pull around Alberta to golf. And we have not had a membership at this little course. I mean, I gave it up half a dozen years before I retired. So let me talk about that a little bit. The City of Red Deer used some grant monies about 35 years ago and put in River Glen Golf Course and an old gravel pit on the edge of town. And it is, by the way, a fabulous facility. It is city run. It's city employees that run it, and it doesn't make it any better than any other golf course I've ever been to, but it does make it more expensive. My wife and I travel 2 times a year to the city of Medicine Hat, a community of 60,000 people with 3 very, very acceptable 18-hole golf courses, all of them that operate on the same principle as our 9-hole course. In other words, they operate on city-owned real estate. They lease on a very favorable rate the real estate, and they pay for all of the expenses of of operating the course, including equipment and course improvements, et cetera, et cetera. And they sell shares at a nominal value to organize a board of directors to make sure that the thing continues year after year. The city of Fort Saskatchewan has the dubious distinction of being the only city in the province of Alberta that does not have an 18-hole golf course. When my wife and I and our friends tow our RVs to Medicine Hat to golf, we stop roughly midway in the thriving, great community, thriving metropolis of Hanna. 3,600 people, and Hanna has an 18-hole golf course. We will pull our trailer normally once a year to Barrhead. Barrhead has about 4,000 people and have a fabulous 18-hole golf course. So Fort Saskatchewan in the golfing community has definitely been left behind and in large part forgotten. I'm not sure what the answer to that is. I'm really not. I think that I would support the study, but I would suggest that the first stage of the study, before we did anything that cost money, would be to have a few meetings with the existing golf course board, and I would suggest the members, to gauge their desire to have an 18-hole course and to change what they're used to doing and what they're used to paying for. I think that's the proper starting point, and I believe that could be done as a matter of course over the coming 12 months at very little cost. So on that basis, I'll support this particular motion, and I think we would start out really slow and see what sort of momentum and desire there is for the facility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So I remember going back when the plans were actually being designed for that, and where current West Rivers Edge Pavilion was where the clubhouse was going to be, and then it was going to go out and off that way. But back in the day, we were actually approached for personally to provide funding for it because it wasn't going to be just a public course. But that's really regardless. Since that time, and Councillor Harris, you're right, that's way back in the early 2000s that took place. But since that time, we've developed the pond, we've developed the Nordic Ski Club trails, we've developed so much down in that area, and it is passive recreational. Putting the dog park in was huge. I'm not going to go against probably 3,300 homes that have dogs because I know it is really well utilized down there. And I think if we were to bring something forward that said, well, we're going to remove any part of that, and I agree with you, I don't even agree with putting a fence around the storm pond, but that's a different conversation with administration. But I don't believe that the time is now to put an 18-hole golf course down there. Potentially, maybe, eventually over on the other side when they do a study below Point of Pins, maybe they'll be able to do something down there or something. But right now on the West Rivers Edge side of it, I think we just leave well enough alone. So I'm not supporting the motion. Councillor Harris?
Your Worship, I beg to differ with you. And I fully recall the design, even though I'm long in the tooth in many regards. I fully recall that. And to your point, Councillor Blizzard, there was more than sufficient space. There was a detailed design, topographically for layout of an 18-hole course that was fully functional and would meet the needs of a typical golfer, even Councillor Kelly. And it also included a clubhouse, not where the pavilion is. It was right beside the ball diamonds. It was going to be a shared use facility. If you drive into the dog park right now, there's a power line that runs beside the road and then cuts and goes straight north. At the end of that power line is where the pavilion for the golf course and the ball diamond shared use facility was going to be. And there was more than enough space, and it didn't encroach. At one time in the planning for that area, there was a campground out in that area, and the people that live up above the current campground kept suggesting that that's where the city needed to be building the campground, and that was totally planned to be compatible with the golf course. So they were separate and distinct, and it was a workable design. After I left the city in 2005, the work continued, and I believe it was eventually killed in 2012, if memory serves me correctly. And I have to applaud the council of the day for actually sticking the dog park out there, because I think it's a perfect place for dogs to run around. It's fenced off. We don't have to worry about dogs getting out of there and chasing people on the trails and that sort of stuff. And people that have dogs have to be responsible for them in that area. I think it's wonderful. I know nothing about the issue of fencing it off from the stormwater management. Stormwater management wasn't even planned in that area. Those ponds that were excavated for gravel extraction, and the one that is now the Lions fishing thing was extracted gravel area. And so looking at that, then when the Landrex subdivision came forward, there was a concession made to take the stormwater out of the Landrex area and take it into those two ponds, because they couldn't take it directly into the North Saskatchewan River because there was an environmental consideration in that regard. So that's the essence of what is and is not, what the historical frame of reference in that. Suffice to say, though, I think the time has come and gone, and I leave it to Councillor Nguyen to finish off the discussion on this matter, but I can't support it on that basis.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Kelly and then Councillor Nguyen to close.
The dog park where it is a great location, but below Point of Pins-Maricatcher is a floodplain, and you cannot build a golf course on a floodplain. And that area has in fact flooded out. The guy that gave me the aerial photograph said when he was a teenager he actually hauled his canoe down there and canoed one spring. So the dog park can go on a plain that floods every 60 years because it just doesn't matter. But you can't put anything of any real value on a plain that might flood every 60 years because it does matter. And the dogs just don't care. The dogs are out for an explorer. So the dogs just don't care where they are. They want to be away from cars and other dogs. So the below Point of Pins doesn't work. And Councillor Harris, I agree with your recollection of the preliminary drawings that were done. It did not impact anything near the boat launch. Didn't come anywhere close to that. And the 200-acre drawing that I have doesn't come anywhere close to that and leaves the ball diamonds alone. It does require the moving of the dog off-leash dog park fence, but there is no other place in the city of Fort Saskatchewan that would hold an 18-hole golf course. There isn't one. And you're not going to take a quarter section of good farmland and turn that into an 18-hole golf course. That's just not going to work. So is this the time? I don't know either. But I've lived in this community. I've been an active golfer since I was 30 years old. That's a great many decades. And I have lived and hoped and dreamed of having an 18-hole golf course. And every time it kind of gets bandied to the top, it gets beat down by somebody that says, now's not the time. And if now's not the time, then now is not going to be the time in my lifetime. And I find that immensely disappointing. Now is the time to at least start the discussion, and that's all this motion asks for, Councillor Harris. Give it a chance to breathe. That's it. Give it a chance to breathe.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen on close.
appreciate the walk down memory lane, and perhaps just like Councillor Kelly might be watching my dreams die. When I was shorter in the tooth, I rode my bike and ran and walked my dog at the corner of the intersection, going down the range road with the sign of the golf course design, and I've done enough research on my own part to believe that a feasibility study could be in effect. I absolutely agree that if this doesn't happen now, that it's not going to happen, and there's a lot of space in that area of that beautiful area of our river valley that could be developed in some capacity. So, well, my intent with this motion is to have something for next council to potentially put in a 10-year capital plan, or be bumped up if that's the choice of the next council. But I do believe that we should get this ball rolling. It's an extensive process, and as I mentioned, a great degree of public engagement would have to be done. And I believe all the other questions that were raised in regards to enough space, etc., and feasibility for it actually being at that location have been answered. And I do think, on a final note, and hopefully some people can agree with the motion and pass it as presented, but I do believe that the significant amount of design work, of feasibility work that has been done on this project to date is worth warranted having it come back to council. And once again, it's just for a feasibility study to be undertaken by administration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. Motion is defeated 4-3. All right, so 12.7 is just a second. 12.6 is withdrawn. We'll do 12.7 and then we'll have just a little break again. Just a 5-minute. Adding the August 12th meeting to the agenda, or adding it.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. Your Worship, you basically did my presentation for me. It is proposed by administration that a regular council meeting be scheduled for August 12th, as there are many matters of business to address during the summer, primarily bylaw C-1725, first reading. I am available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon?
I can make the motion.
Go ahead.
Is there one on the screen coming? I'll make the motion that council schedule a regular council meeting to be held on Tuesday, August 12th, 2025, commencing at 10 a.m. in the council chamber of City Hall. Here at City Hall. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion and debate? Not seeing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Okay, that is carried unanimously. Would everybody like just a short break? Okay, let's come back at 4 o'clock. That's 7 minutes. Okay, it's 4 o'clock and we will resume the meeting. So with that, the next item that we have is item 13.1, borrowing bylaw 16-25 for the design and construction of the aquatics facility for first reading. Shannon Andruko and Paul Lusana. Close enough? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Paul Olusanya, Senior Accountant with Community and Protective Services. And with me is Shannon Andruko, Manager Budgeting and Planning. I'm here today to present the information regarding the borrowing bylaw 616-25 for the purpose of construction of new aquatic facilities. As a result of Council's approval of the amendment of the Aquatic Planning and Construction Budget and the requirement of the Municipal Government Act, a borrowing bylaw must be passed before borrowing can be made for the construction of the new aquatic facilities. Once Council gives first reading to bylaw C16-25, advertisements will be published in local newspaper for 2 consecutive weeks. The bylaw will then be presented for second and third reading following the completion of the required advertising period. The borrowing bylaw is in the amount not to exceed 66.6 million as per the recently approved amendment to the Aquatic Planning and Construction Project. The estimated cost of the debt servicing includes both principal and interest. As an example, at an interest rate of 4.56%, the debt servicing is approximately 4.1 million annually over 30 years term. The actual borrowing term and interest rates will be determined upon application to financial institution and will be done in accordance with the debt management policy. Therefore, the recommendation is that the Council give first reading to bylaw C16-25 to incur debt for the construction of the new aquatic facilities in the amount not exceeding 66.6 million. Thank you, and I will welcome questions and comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions? What is the wish of council? Oh, Councillor Blizzard.
I can make the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Hang on. I make a motion that council give first reading to bylaw C16-25, borrowing bylaw for aquatics facility project construction, a bylaw that authorizes the city to borrow up to $66,600,000 for the purpose of constructing the new aquatics facility project. And in speaking to that, we have approved the project, so without this, we can't move forward.
Okay, thank you. The motion is accepted. It's open for discussion and debate. Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anything. Anything further on close? All right, I'm going to close the motion. Please cast your vote. And the motion is carried 6-1, and you guys get the prize for being the fastest today. All right, thank you very much. Okay, are there any notice of motions? New ones? Councillor Nguyen.
I'll move that. At the August 26, 2025 council meeting, I'll move that as part of the 2026 budget process administration include a budget recommendation for undertaking a feasibility study for the DCC Arena expansion project, and that the feasibility study include considerations related to the scope of the project, site and design options, technical requirements, risks, economic and community impact, including an assessment of current utilization rates and recommendations for next steps.
Okay, and you've provided that to administration? Just a second here. Okay, part of the motion needs to actually have the date that he has on there. I'm not seeing that.
Well, that was something I was going to look for clarity on, Your Worship, because we scheduled an August 12th meeting. That would be the next regularly scheduled council meeting now? Would you like to bring that on August 12th or August 26th?
It was my understanding that the mid-August or the next council meeting is considered a special council meeting. Is
No,
that correct? Or it's
no,
not it's a regular council meeting.
today we just passed it as a regular council meeting.
It can wait. It's the preference of administration, whichever one of those meetings is lighter in scope.
Currently, August 12th is lighter than August 26th. August 26th is a big
Then
meeting.
I'd be amenable to including the date of August 12th.
Okay, the minutes will reflect that.
Okay, so you'll add that to the motion, or notice of motion. Okay, thank you. Are there any other notice of motions? Not seeing any. Points of interest. And I want to go first because I want to compliment city staff on Canada Day. I know there was a couple concerns about the parade, but at the end of the day, Canada Day was fabulous. We had record-breaking numbers by the evening of 5,500 to 6,000 people at Legacy Park. It was incredible to be there. Your staff, and I realize they get paid, that's part of their job, but they go so far above and beyond for that day that my heart just goes out to them. Josh and Arthur just do an incredible job. So please, on my behalf anyway, pass on our thanks and hope they get a little bit of rest after that. Councillor Harris?
I would echo that. I think I made those comments to the city manager recently because it really was a great day, and the staff and everybody that was involved in it did a fabulous thing. But anyways, I have a point of interest I'd like to comment on. So I want to take this opportunity to advise my council colleagues and the community at large that I have decided to put my name forward for a council seat in this fall's municipal election. I intend to file an notice of intent to run in the next few days to make this official. This decision is predicated on the fact that the next council will have to make several very important decisions for the future of our community, and I wish to be part of that future decision-making process. There's a number of members of council that have indicated their interest in running for council, and I'm not sure where everybody else is, but I wanted to make it official before we break for the summer. So that's my point of interest.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Okay, councillor inquiries of administration. And I do have one. It would go to Ms. Duguid-Smith. With the new with the playgrounds, when we're doing our playground upgrades, are we going to start replacing the sand with the rubber matting? And I only ask that question because I had some inquiries about what's being left by certain animals in the sand, and it's causing a great deal of angst amongst the mums. So do we know?
To Your Worship, the program is designed to be a replacement of like for like. So if there was the asphalt mats in place, we would replace those. But if there's sand in place, we would replace the sand. The asphalt mats are quite costly. So replacing the sand with those mats would be a service level improvement. If council wanted to investigate that further, we could. But as of right now, it's like for like.
Okay, so then the second question with that, if we're using sand, is there some type of something we can do to prohibit dumping in there?
Through Your Worship, the prohibition might be a challenge, but we do maintenance of the playgrounds. And last year, through the budget process, council did fund an additional person for playground maintenance. I can pass along these concerns to our parks team and ask that they give it a little more attention.
Okay, just a question that I had. Okay, question, Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, to follow up on yours and probably directed at Janelle. I assume it's smaller four-legged animals that are creating an issue. And we now have a municipal enforcement team armed with traps and an animal shelter. Why would we not be setting out some live traps in the areas where this is a problem?
Through your worship, that's a good point and something that we could discuss with the team.
And something you'll bring back to us and let us know what you decided, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that looks like, okay, we are moving on to closed session. So I'll take a motion to go in camera as per the item shown. Councillor Nguyen.
I'll move that council enter in camera to discuss matters under not VoIP, something else.
Yeah.
What was it? Yes, I move that we move to close.
Okay, thank you. Please cast your vote. Okay, and that's carried unanimously. So we already had our break, so if we can actually get up there and get to it, that would greatly be appreciated.